Chapter 10. The morning meetings had gone as expected, with grumblings all around from the brass about the expense, but in the end both Area Commander Gervais and ACC Ron McLaughlin, along with Ken Blackstone's supervisor in West Yorkshire, had bowed to the evidence that there was a link between the Adrian Munro and Sarah Chen cases. Banks was named SIO and Blackstone his deputy. Budgets were allocated, manpower assigned, and the complexities of a major inquiry team began to take shape. They decided to keep the Eastvale boardroom as their incident room. There didn't seem much point in positioning a mobile unit halfway down the A1. The travel distances were not so great anyway. Terminals and phones were installed, office manager, document reader, researcher, and the other key roles filled, and Holmes was set in motion. Jerry worked with one of Ken Blackstone's men, getting the program up and running. About noon, when Banks was finally free to relax for a moment, enjoying a coffee in his office, and listening to Murray Pariah's recording of Bach's French suites, a clearly spellbound young PC brought Zelda up to his office. Banks could hardly blame the boy. Zelda was wearing jeans and a black polo-neck sweater under a long navy woolen coat with a fur collar. She was wheeling a suitcase with one hand and carrying a Russian-style fur hat that could have come straight out of a Tolstoy novel, or Dr. Zhivago in the other. "Ah, Bach," said Zelda, "such a civilized policeman." Banks stood up and reached out to shake her hand. She turned it to be kissed, and so he kissed it. He noticed how long and tapered her fingers were. A pianist's hands. "What on earth are you doing with that Philistine Ray?" he said. Zelda laughed and squeezed his hand. "I can put up with a bit of Led Zeppelin once in a while," she said, then made a face. "It's that Captain Beefheart that drives me mad. And that Nico woman, she sounds as if she's singing from beyond the grave." Banks laughed. The way she pronounced Beefheart indicated the exact amount of scorn she felt. "The captain always was one of Ray's favourites," he said. "I think he even saw the Magic Band perform live once, back in the day. Never got over it. And as for Nico, well, what can I say? Sit down, please. Did Ray talk to you? Have you had second thoughts?" Zelda smiled. "No second thoughts, despite Raymond's efforts. I'm going to London this afternoon. More surveillance photographs for me. I wanted to see you first so that you can brief me. Tell me what you want me to do." "Is it always at such short notice?" "Mostly, yes. Is there anything you want to tell me now that you didn't want to say the other night?" "No. Why should there be?" Banks shrugged. "I just got the impression there's much more to your job than you say, that's all. And your life," he almost added, but managed to restrain himself. "There is always more. You must understand that. But there are certain expectations of silence and secrecy, as I know there is in your job, too." "I do understand that. I was talking about the element of risk." "Oh, that." She waved a hand dismissively. "I told you. Mostly I sit in an office and look at photographs or CCTV footage. It's boring, but necessary. I'm no Modesty Blaze, Alan. I cannot run around tracking down the scum who profit from these crimes. But this I can do, and I know it gets results." "Nobody's denying that," said Banks, who had hardly got over his surprise that Zelda had heard of Modesty Blaze. "But a man like Keane—" "I've met many men like Keane. You'd be surprised how many men there are like Keane, men for whom human life or happiness means nothing, men who will take what you love from you in the blink of an eye just because they can, men of power and money who will steal your dignity and leave you with nothing." Banks gave a slight nod. There was something that struck a chord in what she said, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "You sound as if you know what you're talking about," he said. "Did you lose someone, Zelda?" She glanced away sharply. "How could I lose someone? I'm an orphan. I had no one to lose. Friends, yes. I lost many friends. And I soon realized it was best not to make friends because they came and went." "Then it was you, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Zelda." "No. I do not want your pity, Alan. But I also do not think I need to tell a man like you all this, tell you what I have suffered, what many others like me have suffered. I think you know a great deal about these things, But even with all you know, you could not even begin to imagine the horror of my life. But he could. Imagine it, that is. The beatings, the rapes, the constant fear, the squalor, the sweaty pigs grunting as they came in her, one after the other. But that was all he could do. Imagine it. The only action he could take was to try to stop as many others as he could from doing it. It might be like cleaning the Augean stables, but nobody should have to go through what Zelda had been through. Or Linda. Ever. End of story. In all your work since then, Banks asked, have you ever come across the men who hurt you? Zelda looked towards the window. Some of them, yes, she said. It was long ago. Perhaps many have moved on, or they are dead. That would be better. Perhaps too much to hope for. She turned back to face Banks and smiled. It's a beautiful day, cold but beautiful. The sun is shining, the sky is blue. Do we have to sit in this dreary office to make a plan? Would you like to hear my story, or do you have more important work to do? Banks smiled. No, not at the moment. He grabbed his overcoat. Come on, let's go. You can leave the suitcase here. Banks and Zelda went out to the station, into the market square. Zelda was a couple of inches taller than Banks, and she certainly drew admiring glances as they walked. She fastened her coat loosely and put on the fur hat. Like a true Russian, she said, laughing. You're not Russian, are you? My mother's family came from St. Petersburg, or Leningrad as it was then, to Odessa after the war, the World War. That was where my mother was born, in 1965. They had survived the siege. Odessa is also where my father met my mother, and later they moved to Moldova for my father's work. He was an engineer. That was where I was born. So, yes and no. My father also came from Russia, but he believed his parents migrated from the east. So mine was a very mixed family. It's hard to sort everything out, and I never really got a chance to ask them for their life stories. Despite the chill, they bought ice creams at the corner shop and walked along Castle Walk, a tree-lined cinder path that circled Eastvale Castle high above the river valley. Zelda smiled as they passed groups of unruly children in bright orange tracksuits and young lovers hand in hand. Banks watched her from the corner of his eye as she occasionally put the cone to her mouth and licked at the scoop of ice cream. It was a gesture both sensual and childlike in its innocence, which seemed all the more odd coming from a woman who was far from innocent. Or perhaps innocence was more a matter of the heart or soul than of things that happened to the body. The path emerged into the open high above the Silver River. It was a good site to choose for a castle, Banks had always thought, high and compact with a view for miles around. The wooded slope down to the water was steep. It would have been easy to pick off any marauders from the top of the ramparts, pour boiling oil on them or whatever. They sat on a bench with their backs to the castle walls and enjoyed the view across the river to the opposite bank. The trees were bare, which gave a better view of the fields and rising daleside beyond, but the fields themselves were still bright green with the recent rains, and rose in the distance to steep hills with outcrops of grey limestone catching the winter light. Sheep grazed everywhere, and the landscape was crisscrossed with dry stone walls. In one of the lower riverside fields, two sleek and beautiful chestnut mares, backs covered with blankets, nibbled at the grass. Directly below them, the river ran down a series of weirs and rocks, giving the effect of mini rapids, and children stood on the banks and threw stones into the water. "I cannot believe how much I love it here," said Zelda. "It makes me feel like I have come home." "To Moldova?" Banks asked, quickly trying to prevent a blob of vanilla ice cream from dropping onto his trousers. Zelda laughed. "Moldova? No. I mean home in my heart. But we lived in Dubasari in Moldova, stuck right between Ukraine and Romania. It is next to Transylvania, where your Dracula comes from." "He's supposed to have landed in Whitby," said Banks. "Maybe that is why I feel so much at home here. I love Whitby too, the magpie, fish and chips, and vampires and goths. Wonderful." She smiled. Banks laughed. "Go on. You were going to tell me your story." "I cannot remember much of my childhood because my parents were killed during an uprising in Benderi in 1992 when I was 5, and everything was topsy-turvy for a while. I remember my parents spoke Russian as well as Moldavian. Language was always a very political issue in that part of the world. I also speak Russian, some French and German too. The war came after the breakup of the Soviet Union, but it was not a big war in Moldova, not famous like Serbia and Bosnia. My parents were not political, just ordinary people caught in the crossfire. What do you call it? Collateral damage. Some cynics would call it that. Yes, collateral damage. And after that, an orphanage. That was my life for the next 12 years. But it was a good life. You hear so many stories about what terrible places orphanages are, what cruelties are inflicted on the children there. But not this one. People find it difficult to believe, but the nuns were not cruel. They did not beat us with Bibles and thorns, and they were good teachers. Not only arithmetic and history, but art, music, literature. We had food, not always enough, but food, and we stayed warm. It was a simple life, and they were very strict, but it was also a good life. You understand? Yes, I think so, said Banks. But one day it ended. I had to leave. Everyone has to leave eventually. I had nobody on the outside, and I had hardly got to the end of the street when I was picked up by some men, some very, very bad men. For the next few years, things were very difficult for me. How much I cannot say. But I survived, and I escaped in the end. It doesn't matter how. The story has a happy ending. That is what matters. My life is very different now. I am still involved with the people who hunt these monsters down, the people who saved my life and gave me a new identity. So that is why it is very important for me to do what I can to fight the evil things these gangs do. I owe it to the thousands of other girls caught in their nets. Who do you work for? All I can tell you is that it is an international organization. Naturally, it has to be. The sex traffic is an international problem. Europol is involved and many other agencies, including your own National Crime Agency. Of course, I am a mere pawn. I am not a police officer. I have no powers of arrest. Mostly I work in London, in an office, as I told you before, but sometimes they send me to airports or train stations, even to ferry docks, if they think girls and their traffickers are coming in. But I am always hidden away in a special room nobody can see into, and it is rare that I do anything more than look at photographs and videos. My job is intelligence gathering, as I said, helping expand the database. These people move around, pop up all over the place, as you say. They are smart and usually manage to stay at least one step ahead. They are constantly adapting to new and better ways of doing what they do. I just tried to put names to faces, perhaps remember when and where I saw them first. Then the files are passed on to someone else. There are squads that go out and arrest suspects and try to help the girls, but I never meet them. Sometimes there are meetings or conferences in The Hague, Brussels or Lyon, if something new or big is happening, but not often. It is not a glamorous job. But somebody has to do it, right? Zelda finished her ice cream cone. Yes, at least for the moment. Nobody knows what will happen after this Brexit. We may be able to continue, but perhaps not. There is talk of losing funding. There's always talk of losing funding. That's pretty much par for the course with Brexit. Par for the course? The normal thing. Nobody knows. Zelda smiled. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. She paused. Do you know, I feel guilty because I cannot talk to Raymond about things like this. He is like a child, too quick to react, too emotional. If I tell him about my work and the bad things in my life, he treats me like I am made of plastic for days. Porcelain, suggested Banks. Ah, yes, porcelain. And me? I'm cold? No, she touched his arm. But you are a cop, Alan. You understand. I don't want sympathy. I don't want, what do you call it, cuddling. Cuddling would be nice, said Banks, but I think you mean coddling. Yes, coddling, like an egg. I don't need that. They admired the view in silence for a while, watching a mother walk by pushing a pram, and an elderly man in a scarf and flat cap walking his Jack Russell. It was quite warm in the sunshine, but a cold wind blew up from the water and rattled the bare branches now and again. "So, your man Keane," said Zelda. Banks turned to face her. "I wanted to talk to you so that I could try to persuade you to forget about him," he said. "But—" Banks smiled. "You're very perceptive. Now I'm not so sure. Ray said you're not the type to back down. I did try to tell you the other night, Alan. Besides, I assure you, it is not dangerous for me." "Danger is always relative, and with someone like Keane, you always have to be aware that it's there, or you'll make a mistake and, well, like I did." "This Keane, he was Annie's boyfriend, am I right?" "Yes. He used her to keep track of our investigation. He made her feel betrayed, humiliated, a fool. He's very charming on the surface, but if he feels cornered, he'll kill or run or both. I can imagine how betrayed and used she felt. But were you not with her at the time?" "No. We'd split up by then. But she still cares for you. Does she?" Zelda nodded. "I think so. Anyway, to cut a long story short, Keane drugged me and set fire to my cottage with me inside it. If it wasn't for Annie and Winsome, I'd be dead." "Why did he do that?" "Because he suspected we were onto him. He was covering his tracks." "And he escaped?" "Yes. He drove over the hills and far away. And now he turns up again in a photograph I have seen. The man he was with is a very bad man, Croatian. He was part of the gang that took me." She gave a little shiver. "He's a pig." "And he hasn't been stopped yet." Zelda shrugged. "He is clever and lucky, just as he was in the war, and he knows who to pay. Why should he stop?" "So what would he be doing with Keane?" "As I said before, the only thing I can think of is that he would want false documents of some kind. Shipping, bills of lading, passports even. I don't know." "For himself?" "Or someone else he was trying to smuggle somewhere or place in a position of influence. They forge work backgrounds, resumes, references and so on for customs officers, lorry drivers, that sort of thing. And they do not only snatch girls from the street, they are skilled at creating official-sounding fronts to persuade them to leave their homes. Marriage and employment agencies, fake modeling agencies, fake film production studios, and fake opportunities for work and study abroad. All these things exist legitimately, so it is often impossible for the girls looking for jobs abroad to separate the fake advertisements from the real ones until it is too late. Nobody checks the authenticity of these advertisements." "And the photograph you saw was definitely taken in London?" "Yes." "I'd like to see it." Zelda turned away, staring towards the hills again. A blackbird started singing in a nearby tree. "I'm afraid that might not be possible." "The secrecy?" "Yes. I think my team is very much concerned with making a case against the other man in the photograph. If Keane can lead them to him, all is well and good. But to them, I think, Keane is just a pawn." "Look," said Banks, "I want Keane, not just for personal reasons, not just for what he did to me and to Annie, but because he's a cold-blooded murderer. These men are all cold-blooded murderers. Well, Zelda, you're in Yorkshire now, and you're not entirely surrounded by cold-blooded murderers and rapists all the time anymore." Zelda laughed. "There must be some, or you would not have a job." "There are some, more than enough. But what I'm saying is that while Keane may not be unique in your world, he is in this one, or at least to some extent." Zelda frowned, so Banks went on quickly. "All I need is a lead, an idea of where I might find him, a town, an address, a phone number, whatever. That's all. I don't want to interfere with your work. If you've got an operation going on, I'll even wait until you've done what you need to do before moving in. I don't want to interfere, but I do want to find him." Zelda paused before answering. "I will help you if I can," she said, But you have to understand that the other night when we were all talking about how dangerous it was, you might have been worried about danger to me. But that's not what I was thinking of. Oh? No. I was thinking about the danger to you and Annie, and to Raymond. She paused. When you, how do you say it, disturb a sleeping bear, it's not only this Keen you have to worry about. He has some very nasty new friends now, men like the Croatian. If he is valuable to them, they will kill to keep him alive and free. I wouldn't expect anything less of them, said Banks. Believe me, I know what they are capable of. Let's be especially careful, then. Be patient. Wait for the right time. Don't take unnecessary risks. Zelda glanced at her watch. I must go. My train. Banks stood up and held out his hand to take her arm. Come on, then. We'll go back and pick up your suitcase, and I'll give you a lift to the station.
Pardon me. It really is him, said Ronald Hatfield, staggering slightly as the mortuary assistant gently pulled back the sheet. Noticing that Ronald had turned ashen, Annie grabbed his elbow and led him out of the morgue. He eased himself out of her grip, firmly but politely. I'm all right, he said. It's just that I couldn't really believe what I was seeing. I think I had expected it all to be a big mistake. I can't believe the miserable old bastard's dead at last. Ronald Hatfield had behaved like a total arse so far, complaining about being dragged all the way back from Tokyo and missing important business meetings. Then he had demanded to see the real body instead of a closed-circuit TV image or a photograph, insisting he could handle it. Annie had hoped for a moment that actually seeing his father's corpse for real might suddenly make him more human, but apparently it was not to be. If you need a few minutes to recover, she said, or require counselling, I could do with a fucking drink, Ronald said. They were certainly a foul-mouthed pair, the Hatfield siblings. Annie wondered if they had got it from their late father Lawrence. Still, if Ronald Hatfield wanted to go around effing and blinding, who was she to complain? She'd done it often enough herself when things went tits up. We'll go over to the Unicorn, she said. It's never likely to make it into the tourist brochures, but they serve a decent measure. The Unicorn was quiet on a Tuesday afternoon, and they found a table far enough away from the bar to give them some privacy. Hatfield seemed uncomfortable in the grimy corner pub, being more at home perhaps in the clubs and bars of Hampstead or the city. He asked for a double brandy, which Annie bought for him, wondering how come she was always the one buying drinks for the filthy rich Hatfields these days, and sticking to Diet Coke herself. I suppose you're going to give me the 3rd degree now, said Hatfield, after a bracing slurp of brandy. Just a few questions, if that's okay. You realise what a bloody big mess this will cause, don't you? What? Father's death. He was a very important person, you know. The economies of several small countries depended on him, not to mention that he was one of the main players in the Brexit think tank. That sounded like an oxymoron to Annie. No doubt he left a detailed will, she said. Ha! The will, yes. Are we going to have some sort of Agatha Christie reading? The family gathered together around a big table, the solicitor reading out the bequests. Oh, we don't do that sort of thing anymore. They never had, as far as Annie knew. Just as well. He didn't like me, Father. Do you know that? I could never do anything right in his eyes, never be as good as him, and he doted on my fucked-up junkie slut of a sister. Knowing him, he's left everything to her to fritter away on toy boys and cocaine. But you can bet it'll be left to me to tidy up his business affairs. No doubt all this will be a big threat to future world order, Annie said, but it's really got nothing to do with what I wanted to talk to you about. Hatfield ignored the sarcasm. I suppose you think I did it, don't you? Did what? Killed him. As far as we know, your father's death was an accident. There are just a few oddities that require explanation. Like why his body was found on a bloody moor miles from anywhere with no sign of a car to be seen. Something like that, said Annie. Hatfield ran his hand through his hair. He was a large, jowly man, though not quite as overweight as his father had been. When did it happen? He asked. We don't know for certain, but we think it was sometime last weekend. When did you last speak to him? I can't remember exactly. We speak as little as possible, and then only when we have to. It must have been about a month ago, young Roderick's birthday. I'll say that for him. He always remembered his grandchildren's birthdays. Can't fault him on that. You are not in business together? Lord, no. It's not a family business, not by any stretch of the imagination. I'm CFO of an international corporation. We just raped the environment. Father was basically a money lender, though he'd have called himself an investment banker, financier and venture capitalist. As I said, there are small countries that depend on him for their economic stability. Not that he was averse to the occasional arms deal or hiring the odd band of mercenaries if some tin-pot dictator got a bit bolshy. Where were you the weekend before last? Hadfield smiled a rather nasty smile. I was wondering when you get around to asking that, he said. As a matter of fact, I was in Geneva. There's an important merger going on, and I had to oversee a number of important meetings. I flew on from there to Tokyo. I suppose there are plenty of people who can verify this. Naturally, though they wouldn't appreciate being pestered by the police. We'll be gentle with them if we have to check your alibi. I thought you said Father's death was an accident. It looks like an accident. In my experience, though, it's not that difficult to make murder look like an accident. That's why we need to go over the inconsistencies very carefully. Someone could easily have transported the body up to the moor and dumped it down the gully. But killers usually make a mistake somewhere along the line. It may seem like just a little one, but it's often enough. A proper little fucking Miss Marple, aren't you? And here's me thinking the sight of your father's body would stop you behaving like a complete arse. He smiled the nasty smile again. Are you supposed to talk like that to the bereaved son? Shouldn't I report you? Do what you fucking well like, said Annie. Just answer my questions first. Hadfield smirked and inclined his head. Yes, ma'am. And don't call me ma'am. You've made your point. Did your father have any enemies? Hundreds, probably. Maybe thousands. He was a very unpleasant human being. Anyone recent, anything personal? Someone who might want to do away with him. Again, probably hundreds. But if you asked me for their names, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't put it past an ousted government official or two to put what's left of their life savings together and hire an assassin. Then there's hundreds of suckers who invested in his crackpot ventures over the years. This is not very helpful, Annie said. Hadfield leaned forward and rapped on the table. I can't help that. What I'm saying is that my father made enemies quite easily. It's unavoidable when you're in the business he's in. Whether any of them would actually go so far as to kill him, I can't say. Even his enemies usually have some vested interest in his staying alive and thriving. Greed breeds greed, Inspector. There's always the hope of more. That's what keeps even the most desperate losers going, and more than willing to throw good money after bad. What about on a more personal level? Did he have any business partners? He had employees, not partners. They depended on him for their livelihoods. Friends, girlfriends. He had a certain circle of people he mixed with. I'm sure you'll find them all listed in his contacts. Mostly politicians. High-ranking police officers, celebrities and so on. Though I'm sure you'll also find a sprinkling of locals. Perhaps a wealthy farmer or two, if there is such a thing. A few professionals, lawyers, doctors, that sort of thing. People he played golf with. Father could be very charming when he wanted to. He liked to collect people, mix with the creme de la creme, especially if he thought they might prove useful down the line. As for his love life, I assume he had one. Father always had his little peccadilloes, even when Mother was still alive. It's not something I care to contemplate. Poppy said he didn't have anyone, not since your mother died. Maybe she's right. Annie had photographed the Pandora treble clef before lodging it with exhibits, and she placed the picture in front of Ronald Hadfield. Do you recognize that? She asked. Hadfield frowned. What is it? A charm from a bracelet. He shook his head. Afraid not. She placed a copy of the photograph Adrian Munro's parents had given Banks in front of him. Ever seen her? No. Is this Father's squeeze? If so, I'd say he'd done rather well for himself, though she looks a bit young."
Her name was Adrian Munro. She was 19. Had your father ever mentioned her?
"Not to my knowledge. Was.
She was found dead around the same time as your father."
A suicide pact? Is that what you're suggesting?"
"No, but this charm was found in your father's bathroom at Rivendell."
"Well, I've never seen it, or her."
Annie put the photographs away. "How about your father's relationship with Poppy?"
"Oh, you don't mean—"
"I'm not suggesting anything untoward, but if you do have information we're not aware of—"
"No, there was nothing like that, I'm certain of it. Father may have been a bastard, but he wasn't into incest. Poppy was the apple of his eye, that's all."
"And she felt the same way?"
"As far as I know, definitely a daddy's girl. As far as she's capable of having feelings with that fucked-up brain of hers. The number of times he's forked out to cover up scandals, blackmail, or to put her in rehab, makes me wish I had shares in the Priory."
"You mentioned blackmail."
"Poppy's indiscretions know no bounds. But in those kinds of situations, you'd be looking at father as the perpetrator of the murder, not the victim. It was always easier to pay them off."
"You never know where blackmail might lead."
Hadfield shrugged. "Well, you're the expert."
He slugged back the rest of his brandy.
"Thanks for the drink. I hope you can claim it on expenses. If that's all, I'd like to get going."
"Are you sure you should be driving?"
"Certainly not. That's why I have Mark waiting outside. My driver."
"Are you thinking of going back to Rivendell?"
"No fucking way. I'm going back to Hampstead."
"Good. The house is a possible crime scene. It's out of bounds. But your father has just died. There must be things to do, things to organise, even though it might be some time before the body is released. You said yourself his death would cause problems."
"Let Poppy deal with it. Like I said, she'll probably be the one to benefit most."
"I'm not sure Poppy could organise a binge in a brewery." Hadfield laughed.
"You're probably quite right about that. But she can certainly afford to hire someone to do it for her. Isn't that what expensive lawyers are for? By the way, where is the little charmer?"
"Been and gone."
"That's our Poppy. Hope it was a pleasant visit."
"We may need to talk to you again," Annie said.
"I'm not that hard to get hold of."
Hadfield reached into his pocket.
"I'll tell you what, just because it's you, here's my mobile number, and don't you dare fucking give it to anyone else."
Leaving a final nasty smile that faded slowly in the air like the Cheshire Cat's, Ronald Hadfield left the Unicorn and Annie put the card in her briefcase. Then she went to the bar and asked for a pint of black sheep. She had had it up to her back teeth with the bloody Hadfields. That afternoon, D.S. Winsome Jackman went to talk to Sarah Chen's housemates in Leeds. They rented a big old house on Clarendon Road, around the back of the university. Set back from the street, it was a grand red brick building, darkened by years of industrial pollution, complete with gables and bay windows. Trees grew high in the garden, winter sunlight filtering through their bare branches. Winsome rang the doorbell, and a young fair-haired woman, probably about Sarah's age, answered. She didn't seem unduly surprised or distressed when Winsome showed her warrant card, but simply asked her to come in and walked ahead of her to the living room. Winsome could see immediately that the interior of the old house had been refurbished and given a more modern appearance. The students had added their own bits of colour here and there, a reprinted The Third Man film poster, a Monet reproduction, a large stereo system and plenty of second-hand or makeshift furniture, from mismatched armchairs to bookcases built of planks and bricks, probably stolen from the nearby building site. The young woman introduced herself as Fiona, then introduced Winsome to the other two, Fatima and Eric. They were all clearly grieving, but Fiona had the grace to offer Winsome a cup of tea, which she accepted gladly. There was some left in the large pot on the glass table, and Winsome said she'd be quite happy with that. She didn't need milk or sugar. "I'm sorry about your friend," she began. "I don't know if you know, but there was also a student in Eastvale who died recently, and we think the two incidents might be connected. Her name was Adrian Munro. That's why I'm here." "Died or murdered?" said Eric. "We're not sure," Winsome answered. It looks like suicide, but someone else was definitely involved. Because Sarah was murdered, no doubt about it. I know, said Winsome. I didn't mean to imply any different, but the local police found a slip of paper in Sarah's room with Adrienne's name on it, along with a phone number we can't trace. Do any of you know anything about it? They all shook their heads. Fatima had clearly been crying, and she brought out a tissue from the folds of her clothing to pat her eyes. The officers compared it with some of Sarah's lecture notes, and the handwriting wasn't hers, Winsome went on. Did any of you write it down? Was it a phone message for her or something? We don't know anything about it, Fiona said. She was wearing the student uniform of jeans and a chunky sweater with the sleeves pulled down to cover most of her hands. We've never heard of Adrienne Munro. I understand that, said Winsome. It's just a possibility. I had to ask. Little things like that can drive you crazy in my job. And when someone comes along later, after you've been banging your head against a brick wall for days and says, "Oh, I did that. Sorry, didn't I mention it earlier?" It can make you kind of mad. Fiona managed a grim smile and nodded. I understand, she said, and I'm sorry we can't help you. Did Sarah have any visitors shortly before she disappeared? Anyone who might perhaps have left the note for her? I don't think so, said Fatima. We don't keep an eye on one another, and we're not always home at the same time, but I don't remember seeing anyone. Fee? Fiona shook her head, and Eric did likewise. While she was out, perhaps. One of us would have noticed, Eric said. If we're all out, the place is locked up. But our rooms have their own locks too, so if Sarah went out, she'd make sure she locked her bedroom door. We all would. He smiled. Not that we don't trust one another, of course. The others nodded. Okay, said Winsome. Someone must have given it to her somewhere else. A pub, perhaps, or a coffee shop. That's more likely, said Fiona. Let's move on. Do you know of anyone who might want to harm Sarah? The other policeman asked us that, said Fatima. I'm sure he did, but it always helps to take a fresh look. No, said Eric. Sarah was hardly a saint. She never did her fair share of the dishes or cooking, and the washing machine and dryer were always full of her clothes. But you would forgive her, you know. You couldn't... She was such... He just hung his head and stopped talking. I'm sorry, Eric. Were you and Sarah... His head shot up. No, we weren't a couple. Why would you assume that? That would be crazy, something like that, with someone you have to share a house with. I liked her, that's all. She was my friend, and now she's gone. Winsome held her hand up at the vehemence of his reply. Okay, I get it. What Eric means, said Fiona, is that Sarah was a special person. She was a bit chaotic, a bit of a free spirit, but you couldn't help but love her. Do any of you know if Sarah had a boyfriend? She didn't, said Fiona. Not for any particular reason. I mean, she could go through boyfriends pretty quickly when she wanted to, but she was between right now. Could there be anyone in her past disturbed enough to want to take revenge on her for being dumped or humiliated? I don't know, said Fiona, but I doubt it. Sarah wasn't the kind of person to humiliate anybody. She was always sensitive to other people's feelings, even if she was splitting up with them. As far as I know, she never had anyone obsessed with her or anything like that. No stalkers or voyeurs or anything. She liked a good time, and she was fun to be around, but she wasn't promiscuous or a tease. Was she exclusively heterosexual? What a strange question, Fiona said, frowning. But yes, I'd say she was. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important. This other girl who died, was she gay? Not as far as we know. Who was with Sarah on the Saturday you last saw her? I was, said Fiona. We went in town shopping. And Sarah bought a red dress? Yes, it was lovely, pricey too. I asked her where she was going in something like that, but she just widened her eyes in that way she had and said, "Never you mind." And that was the last time you saw her? Yes. Did you travel back here together? No, I was heading off to visit my folks in Manchester. I went to the station and took a train. I left Sarah in the Trinity Centre. I suppose she must have gone home to change and get ready later. Winsome looked towards Fatima and Eric. "We were both away that weekend," Eric said. "I was staying with some old mates in Newcastle, and Fatima went to her cousin's wedding in Hull." "How did Sarah manage financially?" Winsome glanced around the room. "I mean, this is a nice place, great location. It can't have come cheap." "It's 2,220 quid a month," said Eric. 4 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. We each pay our share, and know it's not easy, not with the money they demand for an education. But we manage. There are loans." "So you all have student loans?" The 3 of them nodded. "And Sarah?" "Not this year," said Fiona. "She finally got some insurance money for her father's death, and he left her a bit of money in his will too." Winsome made a note to follow up on that. It was interesting that both dead girls had come unexpectedly into money at the start of their second year. She knew that it could take a long time to settle insurance claims and probate estates, so maybe 2 years after the death wasn't so bad. But she had her mother to take care of, didn't she? "Her mother's in a home," said Fatima. "I think it's NHS." "No, she did a deal with the house," Fiona said. "Sarah told me. You basically have to sell your house to pay for your care when you're old and sick. But it's a nice home. They don't starve or beat the patients." It was a fine recommendation, Winsome thought. Something to bear in mind when the time came. Avoid places where they starve and beat you. "I get the impression that the 4 of you were pretty close," she went on. "Did you hang out together, go to gigs, dances, pubs, that sort of thing?" "Sometimes," Fiona said. "I don't drink," Fatima answered. "But she loves to dance," Eric said. Fatima blushed. "Well, maybe." "So you did hang out together?" "Sure," said Fiona. "The student pub, that sort of thing." "Clubs?" "Sometimes, in town." "I know what you're going to ask next," Eric said. "The other police, they asked the same thing. Do we do drugs? That answer is yes. Sometimes we smoke a little marijuana and sometimes take ecstasy, like just about everyone else on campus, but that's all." "Not me," said Fatima. "OK," said Eric. "Fatima's a good girl. So, are you going to arrest us?" Winsome smiled. "I don't think so. Our problem is we don't know why the girls were killed or died. Drugs is one possibility. We know that Adrian Munro died from sleeping tablets, which her student health centre and her GP say they certainly did not prescribe, but she must have got them from somewhere." "Well, not from us," said Fiona. "We didn't even know her." "I'm not saying she got them from you, merely pointing out that there's already a drug element in this investigation. If either or both Adrian and Sarah were involved with drugs, they could have become exposed to some pretty nasty people." "I think we would have known," said Fiona. "There was nothing odd or different about Sarah's behaviour lately." "No, she was the same as normal. We didn't see quite so much of her, but that's all." "Why not?" "I don't know, we just didn't." "But if she didn't have a boyfriend, wouldn't she be around more, hanging out with her friends?" "I think she went to visit her mother pretty often," said Fatima. "It was very upsetting for her." "I'm sure it was." So painful, Winsome thought, that a young woman like Sarah would perhaps do her duty, but would hardly wish to spend more of her spare time with a woman she loved who didn't even recognise her. Besides, the staff at the care home didn't appear to have seen that much of her. Was there anyone else especially close to her? Any other friends around the place? "A couple," said Fiona. "And there was Mia," Fatima added. "Don't forget Mia." Winsome's ears pricked up at the name. "What about Mia?" she asked. "They met near the beginning of term," Fiona said. "Sarah and Mia. They hung out together for a while. Don't go reading anything into this. It wasn't a lesbian thing or anything. They just, found they liked the same music and books and stuff. Just hit it off." "And the rest of you?" "I don't know about the others," said Fiona, "but I always found Mia a bit standoffish." "She was weird," said Eric. "She didn't really seem to want anything to do with us, just Sarah." Winsome remembered Colin Fairfax, Adrian Munro's ex-boyfriend, saying that he got a bad vibe from Mia. Surely this had to be the same person. "But you say Sarah wasn't gay. How do you know?" I suggested it one night, Eric said, just making a joke like, and Sarah got really pissed off with me. She wasn't gay, Fiona said. Take it from me. But Mia was a bit weird. So they were just friends, Winsome said. What happened? Mia just disappeared. Exactly the way Adrian's Mia did, Winsome thought. When? Around the middle of October. Poof, she was gone. Did she drop out? I don't think she was ever in, said Eric. She told us she was studying English, had transferred after doing her first year in Sussex, because she wasn't happy down south, but I never saw her with a book in her hand. That doesn't mean anything, idiot, said Fiona. You're studying engineering, but I don't see you running around with a spanner in your hand. It's electrical engineering. All right, a spark plug, then. Eric laughed and broke the tension. A spark plug? The woman's crazy. Back to Mia, said Winsome. Can you describe her for me? They thought for a moment. Then Fiona said, She's about my height. That's 5'6". Wavy reddish-brown hair, medium length, oval face. Brown eyes, I think. How did she dress? Fiona shrugged. Just like any student, really. Jeans, denim jacket. I didn't really notice. She didn't dress to show off her body, though. Most of her clothes were fairly loose. She had a great body, though, said Eric. You could tell. She certainly had a decent pair of tits. Oh, you, typical male. Always the breasts. Winsome thought she'd had enough without going further into the ins and outs of Mia's breasts. What she had heard so far matched almost exactly the description given by Colin Fairfax of the Mia who had befriended Adrian Munro, and under much the same sort of circumstances. As far as Winsome was concerned, they were one and the same. What she needed to do next, she realised, was to get Ray Cabot, if he was available, to work on a sketch with Colin Fairfax, then perhaps show it to Fiona, Fatima and Eric to check for accuracy and to get their input. Did Mia ever come here, to the house? She asked. Not that I know of, said Fiona, still scowling at Eric. No, said Fatima. None of us hang out here anyway. It's mostly just for working and sleeping and eating. We go out when we want to see people. Okay, said Winsome, putting away her notebook. She slipped a card from her purse and dropped it on the table. If any one of you thinks of anything else, especially anything that might help us find this Mia, then please call me. They all nodded. And again, said Winsome as she got up to leave, I'm really sorry about your friend. She sounds like a truly special person. Winsome saw Fatima's eyes mist up before she turned and headed for the door. The businessman across the aisle was staring at Zelda. It didn't bother her. It happened a lot. Over time, she had learned to differentiate a lascivious stare from a suspicious one. This man wanted to fuck her, that was all. She gave him a look that told him she knew exactly what he was thinking. He immediately blushed and turned guiltily away, perhaps plagued by a mental image of the wife he'd been dreaming of deceiving. Zelda smiled to herself and glanced out of the window. It worked every time. Well, almost. Zelda enjoyed the train journey to London from Northallerton, just as she had from Penzance. She had always travelled first class and tried to book a single seat so that she wouldn't be bothered by any nuisance neighbours who wanted to talk. Men like the one across the aisle undressed her with their eyes, certainly, and perhaps wished they were sitting next to her, or more, but she found it easy to deal with them. She enjoyed a sandwich and a glass of wine as she travelled, looking out at cooling towers shaped like huge stiff corsets across dark muddy fields. Horses wandered here and there, sheep grazed, and cows lay in close groups or munched what little grass there was. Occasionally the sun would reflect on a stretch of water or a car windscreen. A town would flash by, terraced housing, children playing in a schoolyard, church towers or spires, the station with a nameplate they were always travelling too fast to read. She liked to watch the people getting on and off at the different stops, wondered where they were going, what they were going to do, who they were going to meet. She made up stories about them in her mind. Sometimes, if it was a dull day, or if she simply felt like it, she would read through most of the journey. This time, though, as soon as the train left the north, the weather was good, the sky blue and filled with white fluffy clouds casting swift-moving shadows as they scudded on the wind over the fields, and her attention moved in and out of Kawabata's Beauty and Sadness, which she had read several times before. Mostly she didn't think about the tasks that lay ahead of her. The time for that would come soon enough, but luxuriated in being suspended in an eternal now. Sometimes, though, she couldn't help but think about the past. She hadn't told Ray the half of it, or Banks. She thought perhaps Banks could guess, but even his imagination might fall somewhat short of the full horror. She remembered the street in a suburb of Chisinau with Soviet-era tenements, the tobacconist's shop, the little bar on the corner where the menfolk gathered to watch football. Until that day, her life had been good. It was true that she had no parents, no family. They had all been wiped out in the war, but that was a long time ago, and the orphanage had given her a sense of belonging. It had been a good place to grow up, even when the government money ceased to come, and they had to make do with what little charity they could get. Zelda had been very lucky. She'd been a good student. She had loved learning. Before most of the children could stumble through a sentence of English, if she could get to them before the nuns caught her, she was reading books by Charles Dickens and Beatrix Potter and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and whatever strange English-language titles turned up in the boxes people donated. She loved reading in English, and now, so many years later, it was the language she dreamed in too, though even in her dreams she couldn't always find the right word. Even more than in languages, though, she shone in art, but she was not well versed in the ways of the world, and was a very naive, inexperienced girl for someone of her age. In that one day, when she was 18 and it was time to leave the orphanage, her whole life changed in a split second. Nobody was throwing her out. They didn't do things like that. Zelda had done very well in all her exams. Her teacher had sent out samples of her best work, and she had been accepted into a prestigious art college in Bucharest in neighbouring Romania. She was walking to the train station with her small suitcase of worldly possessions, a few leu in her pockets, an introduction to the head of the college, and her ticket to Bucharest, feeling a little sad because she had to leave her friends behind, but happy and excited about the future because she was young and fearless and she had the whole world ahead of her. Just around the corner, two scruffy, unshaven men lounged against the wall smoking. Zelda had never seen them before, though she had walked the area often with her friends. The nuns had always warned the girls to be careful, especially of men who frequented the bar. Zelda moved towards the edge of the pavement, stepping down into the road to give the men a wide berth. There was a black car parked just in front of her, and before she could react, the men had taken her by her arms and pushed her into the back. One of them got in beside her, and the other got in the front to drive. The car smelled of tobacco and sweat, and Zelda was scared. She tried to scream, but the man beside her put his hand over her mouth while the other drove the car away. The hand tasted nasty, and she bit it as hard as she could. The man snatched his hand away with a grunt and then punched her hard in the face. Her head swam. She slumped back in her seat. Blood flowed from her nose. The car bumped over cobbles, and she was tossed around, while the man she had bitten held her down with one hand and sucked his damaged hand, cursing under his breath. And that was how it all began. The last thing she saw in the neighbourhood of her childhood was that her small suitcase had fallen to the ground and broken open, spilling her few meagre possessions and articles of clothing over the road surface, along with the scrapbook she had kept so diligently for so long, the well-thumbed copy of Bleak House that she'd been reading, and the small music box that held all that was left of her mother, a few cheap rings and necklaces. She wore the golden heart with her mother's photo inside, and as she sat there, bleeding and crying, she fingered it as if it was a talisman and would give her strength to endure whatever was to come. But nothing could have given her the strength to endure all that, nothing but the ability she developed to absent herself from her experiences, to be elsewhere in the world of the imagination, her own fantasy, looking down on her misused and abused body, while what happened, happened. Zelda felt her chest tighten, as if her very breath was turning to stone. "Are you all right, miss?" She looked up, startled by the voice, and saw the ticket inspector standing over her.
"Are you all right?" he repeated. Zelda tried to smile. She patted her chest. Yes, thank you. I must have dozed off for a moment. A bad dream." "As long as you're all right."
"Yes, no problem. It's very kind of you." The inspector nodded and walked away, glancing back anxiously. The man across the aisle sneaked a quick glance to see what all the fuss was about. Zelda sipped the last of her wine and breathed slowly, melting the stone back to air again. It was talking to Alan that had brought the past so clearly into focus again. She looked out of the window. They were on the edge of a town. The railway lines ran beside a canal where brightly painted houseboats lay moored along the towpath. On the opposite bank was a pub where some people were sitting outside in their overcoats on wooden benches. Beyond them were a school, a small housing estate, and high on the hill, far in the background, over the fields, a stately home. This was England, then. Not Moldova, not Croatia, not Romania, not Belarus. She was safe. She picked up her book and carried on reading. It was almost the end of another day, and Banks felt no closer to finding out what had happened to Adrian Munro than he had the moment he first saw her body. Despite his walk with Zelda at lunchtime, he felt restless and cooped up in his office. He decided to go out and check the second-hand bookshops for a copy of Dr. Zhivago, then return and see about having a quick meeting with his team about where to go next. When he stepped into the market square, it was dark, though it wasn't yet 5 o'clock. It started to get dark shortly after 3 at this time of year. Shopkeepers took it as a sign to close up early and go home, and that was what had happened at the first second-hand bookshop built into the side of the church. The market square, usually thriving in late afternoon, was almost deserted. The charity shop was still open, though, and Banks walked through to the back where the books were. They had a pretty good stock of literary classics, including lots of Dickens, Jane Austen and Henry James. They also had an old Penguin Classics edition of War and Peace in one hefty volume, but there was no sign of the Pasternak novel. Banks bought War and Peace. He had never read it, though every year he had sworn to himself that this would be the year. He didn't know why he had put it off so long, as he had really enjoyed Anna Karenina. Luckily, the other second-hand bookshop down the narrow street beside the police station was still open, and even better still, on its shelves was a paperback copy of the book he was after, in relatively fine condition. It even had a still from the movie on the cover, showing Julie Christie and Omar Sharif, of course. He bought it, chatted briefly with the bookseller, who extolled its merits over a more recent translation, and headed back to the station, pleased with his success. He checked his pigeonhole and found nothing but a printed copy of the budget approved by the ACC that morning. Still no tox results. If they didn't turn up by tomorrow morning, he would drop by the lab and see if Jazz could hurry things up a bit. Jerry was the only one in the squad room. Banks knew that she'd been working on Holmes most of the day. Annie was out on the Lawrence Hatfield case, and Winsome was in Leeds, liaising with Blackstone's team on the Munro Chen cases and trying to track down the mysterious phone number. She had had so little success with it so far that Banks was beginning to wonder whether it was a phone number after all. At least she had heard from the bank and told him that Adrian's recent hefty deposits were all cash, which meant they couldn't be traced. "Finished with Holmes?" Banks asked Jerry, leaning back against Winsome's desk. "For today, sir." "It went well?" Jerry smiled. "Well enough. Ken's man Jared is pretty good. I think we've got everything covered. I've also been doing a bit of digging into Lawrence Hatfield's business practices." Banks remembered his conversation with Linda on Saturday about Hatfield's business. "And?" Jerry swiveled to face him and put the end of her pencil to her lips. "It's all a bit confusing, sir," she said. "Earlier this afternoon, Ronald, the son, gave D.I. Cabot to believe that his father was the next worst thing to that character Hugh Laurie played in The Night Manager." "The worst man in the world?" "That's right. Gave the impression he brought down governments for profit, sold weapons to the bad guys, had corrupt leaders in his pockets and so on. But From what I can gather, mostly from newspaper and magazine and internet articles, and talking to a few of his close colleagues on the phone, that wasn't the case at all. Hadfield was tough, drove a hard bargain, but he was also a pretty straight businessman, at least for the business he was in, which was high finance, venture capital, emerging markets, that sort of thing. "I can't say I understand any of it myself," said Banks. "Me neither," said Jerry. "That's why I had a chat with Kath from the fraud squad. I still don't understand it, but it comes down to the fact that Hadfield was pretty honest and well-liked in his world. He didn't have a lot of enemies screaming for him to be hanged, drawn and quartered." "So the son exaggerated?" "Yes." "Think he had anything to do with it, Ronald? Was he laying a false trail for us?" "Possibly." Jerry chewed the end of her pencil. "But I think it was more a matter of bad blood. At least that's the impression I got from D.I. Cabot. But somebody I spoke to mentioned that if I wanted to know who was the real crook in the Hadfield family, I should look more closely at Ronald." "And you did?" "Yes. There's nothing proven, no charges brought, but there's a strong suspicion going about that he's been involved in money laundering." "I see," said Banks. "So he won't like the attention his father's suspicious death has brought?" "Not at all. And it would make sense for him to have us think we were searching for some Somalian hitman or some such mythical killer." Jerry smiled. "Exactly." Banks folded his arms. "Excellent. Good work. Thank you, sir. Shall I keep plugging away?" Banks glanced at his watch. "No, not tonight. You deserve a drink. My treat. Besides, Ronald Hadfield's business practices aren't our concern, unless they have some connection to his father's death. And after what you've just told me, they probably don't. We'll let the fraud squad deal with him. I think we need to look a bit closer to home. Where's Annie?" "Gone to see her dad, sir, about working on that sketch of Mia. D.S. Jackman said Sarah Chen and her housemates knew Mia too. The sooner we find her, the better. Just you and me, then." Jerry got up and reached for her coat from the rack, and as Banks helped her on with it, he noticed a photograph on Annie's desk and went over to see what it was. "What's this?" he asked, holding it up for Jerry. "Oh, that. It's a photo of a treble clef the CSIs found in Lawrence Hadfield's bathroom. Annie had it photographed before she took it down to exhibits. It's in her report, but I haven't had time to enter it into Holmes yet." Banks hadn't read the most recent statements and exhibits reports on the Lawrence Hadfield case yet, mostly because he'd been distracted by the Sarah Chen case, or by Zelda. "It's not Poppy's?" Jerry laughed. "According to D.I. Cabot, sir, she almost had apoplexy at the mere suggestion." Banks stared at the photograph. "It's a charm from a bracelet, sir," said Jerry. "Pandora, apparently. Very popular." "I've heard of them," said Banks. But already he felt the thrill of connection, the cogs and wheels in his mind shifting, engaging, grinding out images. Adrian Munro sitting in the Ford Focus, a charm bracelet loose on her right wrist. Whether it was from Pandora or there had been a missing charm, he couldn't be certain, but it would be easy enough to find out. It was a treble clef, a musical symbol, and that seemed to suit Adrian, he thought, with her violin and love of classical music. Then there was the conversation with Colin Fairfax, who had said at one point that he had bought Adrian a charm for her bracelet. Again, he hadn't said what kind of charm, but that could also be easily checked. If it happened to be the same one, then it linked Hadfield with Adrienne, who was already linked with Sarah Chen through the note in her room, and now also through the mysterious Mia. Perhaps this wasn't about drugs after all. "Let's postpone that drink for a short while, Jerry," Banks said. "Come with me. We've got work to do." Zelda loved walking round London in the evening, especially the West End. She loved the lights and the crowds heading for theatres and restaurants, the narrow streets, the noise from the cafes spilling out into the street. She left her boutique hotel near Seven Dials at 7 o'clock to find somewhere to eat in Covent Garden. Though she never worried about it in Yorkshire, she usually dressed down in London to avoid drawing attention to herself, and tonight was no exception. Her clothes were plain and loose-fitting, though not the kind of loose that simmered like a waterfall over her arse as she walked. She wore a padded jacket and a woolly hat to keep warm. No matter what the temperature, though, the streets were always full of people, some of the young girls very scantily dressed. When she had first come here, she had thought they were prostitutes, but Raymond put her right on that score. Though it was a chilly evening, people sat outdoors at cafe tables smoking, talking and drinking espresso, or stood outside pubs with pints in their hands, laughing at jokes. Sometimes as she walked around the city, Zelda had the eerie feeling that she had seen every face before, that each one was stored in her memory, and she recognized all of them. Over the past few years, Zelda had become adept at making herself invisible. She hadn't followed many people in her life, but it had been necessary on occasion, and her skill of invisibility had come in very useful. It was more a state of mind than anything physical. She didn't need a disguise, but simple, ordinary clothes in dull colours helped. A brown winter coat, woolly hat, a straightforward gait of someone who knows where she's going but is in no hurry, no signs of a strut or a wiggle. She loved the anonymity, how she could walk around by herself without being pestered. Every time she went to London, she stayed in a different hotel, a different part of the city. Chelsea, Kensington, Soho, Piccadilly, even Earl's Court, Notting Hill or Swiss Cottage. And it seemed there was nothing odd about a woman eating alone in London, at least not in the kinds of restaurants she sought out. She always managed to find some hidden-away treasure, a little backstreet bistro or trattoria of some kind. Tonight she spotted a tiny French restaurant off Mercer Street, which had a few empty tables, and she went inside. A maitre d' seated her without even asking whether she had a reservation, and she ordered a carafe of claret and studied the menu. When she had decided on the steak frites, she took out her e-reader and propped it up on the table. She had bought the kind with the origami cover, as it folded over and made a stand for itself, which was perfect for reading while eating alone. She had found that people were even less inclined to disturb her when she was reading. Zelda always liked to get to London the night before she started working. It was a kind of buffer between the beautiful but remote and isolated world of Beckerby and the depressing reality of her job. It was useful and necessary work, but she couldn't deny that it was often dispiriting, recognizing those dreaded faces from her past, from some of the worst times of her life. In this state, tonight, she felt that she floated free of it all, was able to empty her mind of her concerns and concentrate on the words on the screen, Kawabata and the otherworldly Japan. The waiter brought her meal and poured some more wine for her. She hadn't thought it was the kind of restaurant where the waiters did that, so she guessed he was a gentleman of the old school. That was the thing about these hidden French restaurants. The waiters were almost always elderly men, much the same as at many of the best restaurants in Paris. As she ate her steak, sipped her wine, and looked up at an antique travel poster showing the Eiffel Tower on the wall, she thought of Paris, where she had spent her last year in servitude. Almost anyone she had known the previous few years would have killed for the life of luxury she had led there. But it was still slavery. She was wined and dined by the rich and powerful, politicians, bankers, oligarchs, gangsters. But she was still expected to lie on her back and please them, and her enforcers were never far away. They made it clear that she was not free to leave the luxury of the high-priced call girl's life. Slob in Vitch, she called them. They delivered her to the fancy restaurants and five-star hotels and waited while she did her duty. Then they drove her to her flat afterwards. Sometimes they insisted on a piece of the action, too, one after the other, just to put her in her place, before they left her alone for the night. And even then she knew they were never far away, always watching. And Paris was as good as it was ever likely to get. The only reason she had risen so high in the first place was that someone had seen enough potential in her to know that she was being wasted where she was in the cheap brothels of the Balkans. So he had made an offer for her, which was accepted. She was sold. No more backstreet brothels in Sarajevo or Zagreb, cramped cars off the Autobahn or curbside promenading in Prague. Suddenly, it was all expensive perfumes, fine clothes and top-drawer clientele. But Zelda soon learned that the only difference between these men and the ones she had encountered in backstreet brothels was the quality of their suits. The man who bought her, Darius, once made Zelda watch while his minders kicked a rival pimp to death in an alley in the rain. The message was clear and simple. Cross us, and this will happen to you. She didn't feel a thing, no more than she did when she slit Darius's throat less than a year later. Chapter 11. As you all know, Banks began, standing before the whiteboards on Wednesday morning, things have changed a lot since our last meeting. First of all, I'd like to welcome the officers from West Yorkshire who've joined us on this inquiry. Banks paused for a moment while the detectives nodded or waved to make themselves known. You've all been allocated your roles and responsibilities, and I know some of you are double-hatting, but none of that should stop you from doing your main job. Crime investigator on this team. We don't want any tunnel vision here. All input is welcome. Not just welcome, but expected. And I won't say we have all the technical resources of the various experts and specialists constantly at our fingertips, but the experts are here and available, and they will be working with us. There'll be time for introductions later. What I'd like to start with is a summary of what we've got so far and what we need to know. When we've finished here, there'll be actions and ties aplenty, so make sure you grab a good spot in the queue, or you'll never make it to the Queen's Arms before closing time. A polite ripple of laughter went around the room. Banks turned to the whiteboards, one of which had a number of points listed beside colour photographs of Adrian Munro, Lawrence Hadfield, and Sarah Chen. On Monday, he went on, DCI Blackstone from the West Yorkshire Homicide and Major Inquiry Team brought to my attention the murder of a Leeds University student called Sarah Chen, found dead of serious head wounds in a ruined shack in open country north of Leeds. The interesting thing about Sarah's murder, as far as we're concerned, is that she had a slip of paper in her room with Adrian Munro's name on it. As yet, we can make no other connection between Adrian and Sarah, except that both were second-year university students, and both were dressed for a party or a night on the town when they were found dead in remote rural locations. In a further development, as a result of information from a case D.I. Cabot was working on with D.C. Masterson here in North Yorkshire, a Pandora charm was found by our search team in the bathroom of a house owned by Lawrence Hadfield, an international financier who was found dead under mysterious circumstances on Tetchley Moor last week. Adrian Munro was wearing a Pandora bracelet when her body was found. On the instructions of D.I. Cabot, the CSIs returned to make a thorough search of Hadfield's drains and found hair samples that match Adrian Munro's, which would place her even more certainly at Hadfield's house in his bathroom recently. I know that a hair match isn't the most reliable form of identification, but it'll have to be enough to be going on with. We'll have DNA on the hair samples soon, I'm assured, as enough of them had follicles attached. Pathology indicates that both Lawrence Hadfield and Adrian Munro died within a short time of each other. As yet, we don't know the exact time of Sarah Chen's death, since the post-mortem won't be carried out until this afternoon. Estimates at the scene, though, indicate she'd been dead about a week when she was found, which could put her in the same time bracket. Last night, D.C. Masterson and I contacted the exhibits officer and checked the bracelet Adrian had been wearing. We were able to ascertain that there was one charm missing. We then re-interviewed Colin Fairfax, Adrian's ex-boyfriend, who told us that he had bought her a Pandora charm for her birthday. It was quite distinctive and expensive, a treble clef of silver encrusted with cubic zircons. So, we now have definite links between Sarah and Adrian and Lawrence Hadfield. Also in the picture somewhere is a surgeon, Anthony Randall, a friend of Hadfield's, who phoned the deceased 3 times on the day we think Hadfield disappeared. Mr. Randall has offered no reasonable explanation for the frequency or content of these calls. The last one, close to 11:30 in the evening, went through to voicemail, but Randall left no message. We think Hadfield was dead by then, but we still have no idea how he got to Tetchley Moor. When D.I. Cabot and D.C. Masterson arrived at Hadfield's house last Friday, they found his mobile on his study desk. According to his cleaning lady, he would normally not go anywhere without it. This also applies to Adrian Munro, who left her mobile in her bedsit. Sarah Chen was carrying nothing on her person when her body was found, and there was no mobile in her room, though her housemates say she had one. "Is everyone with me so far?" Most of those present nodded. A few made sounds of assent. Many still looked puzzled. "Good," said Banks, "because it only gets more complicated." Along with Adrian Munro's name on the slip of paper in Sarah's room, there was what appeared to be a mobile telephone number. It wasn't Adrienne's, and so far it doesn't appear to belong to anyone else. Naturally, we're assuming it's a pay-as-you-go phone, a burner, as the American cop shows would have it. We have no idea why Adrienne would have a second mobile phone, if indeed she had, as none was found either on her person or in her bedsit. Needless to say, we need more information on this mobile. Drugs are certainly a possibility. Both dead girls were known to have been at least casual users, though there's no evidence of hard drug use, nor do our drug squads have them on their radar. So if it is drugs, they're relatively new to the scene. I know I said we have no evidence that Adrienne Munro was murdered, but she didn't get into that car by herself, and there was no sign of her possessions at the scene. The phones we do have, Adrienne's and Lawrence Hadfield's personal mobiles, have only innocuous numbers, texts and emails on them, as far as we can gather so far. Just friends and family, doctor, dentist, and so on, as you would expect. Hadfield's phone, of course, needs extensive investigation, as it was also used for his business purposes, which could be connected with his death. There's also a mysterious presence in all this, known simply as Mia. D.S. Jackman talked to Sarah Chen's housemates last night, and found that this Mia had befriended Sarah in the student pub close to the beginning of term, and then disappeared from the scene completely. The same happened in the Adrian Munro case. According to the descriptions D.S. Jackman elicited, we're sure it's the same woman. We have a sketch artist working on this, and we hope to have something ready by end of play today. Any questions? A stunned silence greeted Banks's summary of the investigation, but eventually a detective from West Yorkshire shyly raised her arm. "Yes?" Banks said. "D.C. Musgrave, West Yorkshire, sir. Do I understand correctly that the 3 deaths are linked?" "We have links between Sarah and Adrienne, the name and phone number, and between Adrienne and Hadfield, the Pandora charm. We have no specific link between Sarah Chen and Lawrence Hadfield. We can also link Randall to Hadfield, but not to either of the girls. Yet." "Has Sir Lawrence Hadfield ever been involved in the drug trade?" someone else asked. "Not as far as we know," said Banks. "I realise there are too many gaps in our knowledge. That's what I want us to work on. We can start by finding out what the phone number meant, what Anthony Randall talked about to Lawrence Hadfield, and what their relationship was. Why Sarah Chen had Adrian Munro's name. We'd also like to know how the Pandora charm ended up in Hadfield's bathroom." "Do we know who wrote the note with the name and phone number?" another West Yorkshire detective asked. "That's an interesting point," Banks answered. "The short answer is no, we don't. But we have checked, and our handwriting expert has determined through comparison that it wasn't written by Adrian Munro, Lawrence Hadfield, or Sarah Chen. Mia, perhaps? Possibly. There's been cases of students hooking up with older men for sex and companionship in exchange for money," said D.C. Musgrave again. "For the older men, I mean, the sex." Banks smiled. "I think I know what you mean, D.C. Musgrave. Sugar daddies." "Yes, sir. And it's a good point. It's a line of inquiry we're not going to overlook, along with Hadfield's business interests. Both girls were dressed up a bit more than your usual student, even for a Saturday night, and the dresses they were wearing weren't cheap. Adrian Munro concocted a story about a scholarship to explain her improved financial situation this year, but all the large recent deposits in her bank account were made in cash. Sarah Chen told her housemates she had received an insurance payout on her father's death, along with money left to her in his will. He died over 2 years ago, so that seems unlikely, but we're checking into it. There may be a very good reason for all this, and if it isn't drug-related, it could involve sex for cash. On the other hand, neither girl had been interfered with in any way, and neither had had sex recently, according to the pathologists, though Sarah Chen's post-mortem might tell a different story. Perhaps they'd been acting as escorts only, something of that nature. Hadfield was a wealthy businessman, so he could no doubt afford a pretty girl or two to hang on his arms if he had clients he wanted to impress, even with a hands-off embargo. Anything else? Nobody said anything. "OK," said Banks. "Check in with the incident room as often as you can. We'll be constantly updating Holmes. Any leads you come across, contact DCI Blackstone or me if you can get hold of us. But use your initiative. Better to get something done and moving than sit around on your arse because I was out of the station at the time. What do they say? It's better to ask forgiveness than permission, even from me. Now off you go. Pick up your actions on the way, and let's see some progress before the day's out." The offices Zelda worked in occupied 2 floors of a building on Cambridge Circus. The upper floor consisted of workspaces for the 6 people, though it was rare that they were all occupied at the same time, and the lower floor was given over entirely to archives and records. The decor was typical institutional drab, coats of jaundiced gloss so dense you could see your reflection on the walls. The heaters never worked properly, and the most modern elements of the space were its security system and computer software. Through the tall sash windows, she could look down on the circus in all its glory, the crowds massing by crossings, traffic nudging and edging for advantage, horns blaring, the lumbering buses disgorging their hordes, and at the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road, the huge Harry Potter poster had been outside the Palace Theatre for as long as she'd been working there. It always gave her a thrill to look out, not least because it was the circus, and it was indelibly associated with John le Carré, one of her favourite writers, and George Smiley, one of her favourite fictional characters. Nobody really knew what anyone else was working on. It wasn't the kind of office where one shared confidences. Perhaps Hawkins, the supervisor, knew, but sometimes Zelda wasn't even too sure about him. Hawkins had his own agenda as well as his own office, glassed off and soundproofed in a corner of the room. He liked to give the impression that he was an ordinary bloke, despite the public school education, a very minor public school, he always stressed, and a first in medieval history at Cambridge. He wore M&S suits rather than Hugo Boss or Paul Smith, and his glasses were always slipping down over his nose, giving the impression that his mind was on some abstruse problem of Byzantine military history. But he didn't miss a trick. He wouldn't have survived in his job as long as he had, if he did. Of course, Zelda's job wasn't entirely the way she had described it to Raymond or Banks, though recognising people from photos and surveillance was certainly a large part of it. The rest she couldn't talk about, partly for reasons of secrecy, and partly because it would change their ideas about her. But she had been honest in offering to help as regards Phil Keane, and she thought she could do it with minimum trouble. "Just going to check something in the archives," she said to the man she knew only as Teddy at the next desk. He nodded without looking up. She picked up a batch of photographs from her desk to carry with her. There was nothing unusual in visiting the archives. Quite often a new image recalled an old one, and it helped create a new juxtaposition that had to be checked and verified. If one of Hawkins' beady eyes followed her as she walked past his office, Zelda was aware of it only in passing, and never gave it a second thought. Banks marched through the double doors that linked the police station to the scientific support department and made his way down the corridor to Jazz Singh's office. The department was mostly open plan, and such offices as there were consisted of rows of glassed-in cubicles along the walls. Jazz's was no exception. Banks tapped on the glass, and Jazz beckoned him inside. There was hardly enough space for the 2 of them, but he managed to shoehorn himself into the second chair opposite her. He had to leave the door open in order to do so. Jazz sat behind a pile of papers which threatened to obscure her diminutive form if she slouched down in her seat in the slightest. The bookcases that lined 3 walls were full to overflowing with scientific texts. All around them was a sense of urgent activity, people coming and going, yet a strange hush presided over it all. Voices were muffled, footsteps inaudible. "One luxury I have managed to acquire since I've been here," said Jazz with a smile, "is an electric kettle and a teapot. Fancy a cup of lapsang?" "Excellent," said Banks. The kettle boiled in no time, and Jazz poured the water on the leaves and set the pot aside to let it steep. "I suppose you'll be anxious to know the results," she said. "You've compared the hair samples for DNA?" Jazz shook her head. "One thing at a time. I'm on it, tomorrow. Okay?" "Okay, but you're not going to disappoint me on the sleeping pills, are you?" "I do hope not. And I must say, it's a rather interesting and unexpected result." "Do tell." "Ever heard of methaqualone?" Banks cast his mind back and found the word caused little reverberations in his memory, but he couldn't quite grasp them. "I have," he said, "but please enlighten me." "Someone of your generation might remember it better as mandrax," said Jazz. "Enough of that my generation stuff," Banks protested. "As a matter of fact, I do remember mandrax. It was very popular in the 60s and 70s. Jazz nodded. "It was patented in the US in 1962 and produced in tablet form. Over there, it was sold under the brand named Quaalude." Banks nodded. "Ludes," he said. "Bowie mentioned them in a song on Aladdin Sane. We called them Mandies. There were Mandies and Moggies, if I remember correctly." Jazz raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Mogadon and nitrazepam. I see you do know all about 60s drugs, then." "Not really, no." "Well, mandrax were marketed primarily as sleeping tablets, but also as sedatives and muscle relaxants. For a time, they were thought to be a sort of wonder drug, controlled anxiety, high blood pressure, and so on. In the early days, they were believed to be purely beneficial and non-addictive." "They were popular with the hippies," Banks said. "Yes, mandrax soon became a recreational drug and was found to be extremely addictive and dangerous, especially when consumed with alcohol and other drugs. It builds up quite a physical tolerance. You end up needing more for the same effect." "People said it enhanced sex." "Oh," said Jazz mischievously. "And did it?" "How would I know? You never even tried it?" "Once," Banks sighed. "I fell asleep." Jazz laughed. "Well, I suppose that proves it did what it said on the bottle." "Right." Banks remembered the evening in 1971 or 72 with Emily. One of her flatmates had given her a couple of Mandies to try, and she and Banks had taken the plunge. He remembered a wonderful sensation of relaxation, and how his senses seemed heightened when he and Emily touched. But beyond that, it was a blank. They both awoke some hours later with stiff necks and wove their way up to bed. So much for experimenting with drugs. "Anyway," Jazz went on, "it was discontinued in the 80s and is now mostly manufactured in illegal drug labs around the world. Apparently, it's big in South Africa." "What about here?" "Not so much. I mean, it's not one of the ones you come across regularly. In fact, this is the first time I've encountered it, which is probably why it took me so long to identify it. That and the fact that it's not the only job I have on. Anyway, it's not something you'd normally test for." "So would you think it unlikely that Adrian got it from a doctor, on prescription?" "I think it's bloody impossible," said Jazz. "As far as I know, the only sources are illegal, although there may be one or two corners of the world where it's still manufactured and sold legally, but not in very large quantities, I shouldn't imagine. No doctor in this country would prescribe it." "What about dosage?" "It used to come in 300 milligram tablets, but that was when it was made legally. Who knows these days? From what Dr. Glendenning and I could estimate, Adrian Munro had around 3,000 milligrams in her system." "Enough to cause death, then?" "Not necessarily. That would take somewhere up around 8,000 milligrams, but more than enough to cause coma when mixed with alcohol, which is apparently what happened." "The whiskey?" "Yes, and that's basically how she died. The poor girl fell into a coma, and when her system reacted to the poisoning by vomiting, she was beyond waking up even to save her own life, and she choked." Banks sat silently for a moment. Jazz poured the tea, and he inhaled the smoky fragrance of the lapsang. She handed him a cup, and he took a sip. "Nice," he said. "You need the occasional treat in this job." "Any idea where Adrian might have got hold of this mandrax?" "You'll have to check with your drug squad, but I haven't heard anything about it doing the rounds these days. It's not the new in-drug or anything like that. As I said, they stopped making it here years ago." "So where and how would someone get hold of it?" "There are illegal labs all over the world. Mexico, Colombia, Belize, Peru, even Lebanon and South Korea. Oddly enough, some of it is probably produced for fundraising purposes by combatants in the current Syrian civil war. They do the same with heroin, opium, morphine, amphetamines, cannabis, hashish and other drugs. So why not Mandy's?" "That doesn't really help us much, does it?" said Banks. "Adrienne could have got it from anywhere. No doubt there are people around the campus with enough connections." There was also Lawrence Hadfield's doctor friend, Anthony Randall. "Sorry," said Jazz. "Don't shoot the messenger." Banks smiled. "No chance. Sorry, just thinking out loud. But why assume that Adrienne got her hands on it herself? Surely someone could have given it to her." "It's true that she wasn't known as a drug taker, not by anyone. Oh, she took E occasionally, but that's all, according to everyone we've talked to. It seems the whole world does that." "Yes, and in my discussions with Dr. Glendenning, he mentioned that there were no obvious signs of drug use in the post-mortem, other than the mandrax, of course. And there were none of the telltale signs of methaqualone addiction either: rotten teeth, yellowish hands, gaunt appearance, swollen abdomen. There are other things we couldn't know about, like drowsiness, loss of appetite, unnatural sleeping patterns." "Nobody we talked to mentioned any of those things in connection with Adrian either. So we can assume it was a one-off, not the result of an addiction." "Again it comes back to suicide," Banks said. "A bright girl like Adrian must have known the dangers of what she was doing, consuming that many pills and washing them down with scotch. Well then, either you're right about the suicide, or someone forced her to take the stuff. The doc said there were no signs of forced feeding, like bruising or a funnel or tube or anything like that. There are other ways of forcing people to do something they don't want," said Jazz. "Physical threats or threats to her family, friends." "I take your point. I just don't see what happened as a reliable murder method. If you want to kill someone, especially if you dump the body in such a way that it's found fairly quickly, would you honestly sit there and force her to take pills washed down with whiskey? And why would you just happen to have enough Mandy's on you? Not exactly the easiest of drugs to get hold of, so you've given me to understand." "Stranger things have happened," Jazz said. "At least it's bloodless. It's quite possible that the killer didn't want to have to deal with the sort of bloodstains you get from using a knife or a blunt object. And guns aren't that easy to get hold of. But it screams of premeditation. Say it was an angry boyfriend or someone like that, done in the heat of the moment. Wouldn't he be far more likely to just strangle her if he didn't want to deal with bloodstains, rather than go to all that trouble? And would he even be thinking about bloodstains if he was so angry and out of control?" "Perhaps it wasn't an angry boyfriend then," Jazz suggested. "Perhaps you are right, and it was a cold, premeditated murder. I did come across something in my research that you might also find interesting." "What's that?" "Remember I mentioned earlier that Mandy's are still popular in South Africa. One of the articles talked of a massive cache of powdered methaqualone disappearing underground there during the last days of the National Party, when apartheid ended." "But that was in the early 90s, said Banks. "Over 20 years ago." "That's right. When you say massive, about a ton." "Bugger me. Sorry, but a ton? I agree, it is rather a lot." "Enough that it might still be in use today?" "Possibly, if it's being kept under the right conditions. Nobody ever found it." "So we're after a South African killer?" "Or someone who visited that part of the world recently." Lawrence Hadfield again. The Pandora charm, and now the mandrax. Banks finished his tea. "Thanks, Jazz," he said. "As usual, you've raised more questions than you've answered. but I'm very grateful. Chapter 12. When Anthony Randall entered the interview room late that Wednesday afternoon, he was wearing a well-tailored grey suit, complete with buttoned waistcoat. He brought with him his solicitor, a hunched, shiny-domed fellow of about his own age called Brian Liversedge. Annie had never come across him before, and had no idea why Randall should think he needed a lawyer, but she bade Liversedge courteously to sit down. "You know," she said to Randall, "you're not under arrest or being charged with anything. You're not even under caution. You're merely here as a courtesy to help us with our inquiries." "Yes," said Randall. "I'm well aware of that. All the same, I feel more comfortable with Mr. Liversedge present, if that's all right with you." "Of course," said Annie, giving Jerry a sideways glance. Jerry shuffled the papers on the table in front of her. "Do you mind if we record this interview?" Annie asked. "I have no objection," said Randall. He pulled at his trousers before crossing his legs so the creases would hold, and clasped his hands loosely in his lap. He seemed perfectly at ease, Annie thought, which made her feel more convinced that he knew something. He ought to be more nervous that they had asked for an official interview at the station after their last chat at his home. She decided not to offer coffee or tea. After the formalities for the recording, she began. "When we spoke on Monday, you admitted to calling Lawrence Hatfield 3 times on the Saturday he disappeared. Am I correct?" "Yes," answered Randall. "But your use of the term 'admitted' implies that I have been somehow previously withholding this information, or that the omission is in some way blameworthy." "Not at all," said Annie. "A simple matter of fact." "Then yes. I informed you that I had telephoned Larry on Saturday. I had no way of knowing that he disappeared. I had no reason to think anything was wrong." "Yes, you mentioned that before. One of your reasons for calling was to confirm a round of golf for the following day, right?" "Sunday, yes." "Did you do that?" "Yes, we did." "Which phone call?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "There were 3, remember? 3:59 p.m., 9:02 p.m., and 11:26 p.m. "Oh, I see. I honestly don't remember. Probably the first one. Does it matter?" "We're simply trying to work on the timing here." "Then I'm sorry. I don't know for certain, only that it was mentioned." "And Mr. Hatfield agreed to play?" "Yes." "But he didn't turn up?" "That's right. I've already told you this." "Why did you call him at 11:26, Dr. Randall, if you'd already arranged to play golf with him the following morning?" "I don't know. I suppose I had something to tell him." "What?" "I don't recall." "You didn't leave a message?" "No." "Why not?" "I dislike leaving messages." "I see. You just wanted to chat." "No, there was something That's right, now I remember. I had the time wrong earlier. I had told him we were teeing off at 9:30, but it was actually 9 o'clock. I didn't want him to be late." "So you phoned him back at 11:26 to tell him that?" "Yes." "But when he failed to answer, you didn't leave a message to give him that simple piece of information because you don't like leaving messages." "That's right." Jerry slid her pad over so Annie could read what she had scribbled on it, though they had agreed on this strategy before the interview began. It helped unnerve a complacent interviewee sometimes. After a moment's thought and a frown, Annie asked, "What was your first thought when Mr. Hatfield didn't answer your 11 o'clock call?" "Thought? Nothing, really. I mean, he clearly wasn't there, so I hung up. Maybe I was a bit annoyed." "You weren't worried? You didn't think something might have happened to him?" "Why would I think that?" "It was quite late. There could have been a break-in, something like that. He could have been hurt." "That may be the way you think, but it never crossed my mind." "Surely a few possibilities must have run through your mind." "Well, certainly not that he was dead." "Was he?" "What do you mean?" Was Lawrence Hatfield dead by 11:26 on that Saturday night? You see, that's one of the things we're trying to find out. We don't know for certain exactly when he died."
I don't see why you should expect me to know. You're just playing games. He glanced towards the solicitor. Brian, do I have to sit here and answer these stupid and insulting questions? No, said Liversedge, but I advise you to be patient a little longer, Tony. I'm sure these ladies will be finished very soon. We'll do our best, said Annie, smiling. Then she looked back at Randall, who didn't seem quite so complacent. She noticed he was playing with a ring on one of his fingers. Any other reason he might not have answered his phone? I suppose he might have been asleep, said Randall. But surely he would have taken his mobile up to the bedroom with him. A businessman like Mr. Hadfield would hardly want to be too far away from it, would he? I wouldn't know about Larry's sleeping habits. I suppose he might have done, but maybe he took a sleeping pill, or... Randall stopped. His expression said he would take back his last words if he could, but he couldn't. Instead, Annie sat there silently and let him blunder on. I'm sorry, he said. I know the poor girl you found in the car is said to have died of an overdose of sleeping pills. That was insensitive of me. But this whole thing is ridiculous. Was Mr. Hadfield in the habit of taking sleeping pills? Annie asked, as casually as she could. They hadn't found any during their search of Hadfield's house. I think he did on occasion. He mentioned he had trouble sleeping, mostly because he was often travelling from one time zone to another, so he took a pill from time to time. Did you prescribe any sleeping pills for Lawrence Hadfield? Good Lord, no. That would hardly have been appropriate. I probably told him to be careful with them. I don't trust the things myself. I assume he would have got them from his GP. Mandrax? What? Mandrax. Methaqualone. Oh, yes, I know what mandrax are. I just haven't heard the term for a long time. I very much doubt that was what he took. They've been banned here for years. Jerry passed her pad over again. Annie looked at her and nodded. Almost done, Mr. Randall, said Annie. Just a few more questions. Randall grunted. Have you ever heard of a girl called Adrienne Monroe? Randall frowned. Monroe? No. Oh, hang on. Isn't that the girl you mentioned earlier? Yes, said Annie. The one who was found dead in an abandoned car. Mandrax? I didn't say that, sir, and you'd be ill-advised to tell anyone I did. Annie had known she was flying a bit close to the wind, mentioning Mandrax, but she had to see if she could get a reaction out of him. He was a doctor after all, and he might have had access. The last thing she or Banks wanted was for that to become public knowledge. Randall smirked. Well, to answer your question, no, I didn't know the dead girl. You never met her? Not that I know of. And your friend, Mr. Hadfield? If he had, he never told me. And Sarah? Sarah Chen? No. Did he hesitate, Annie asked herself, just for a second? Did Mr. Hadfield ever mention her? Not that I recall. How about a girl called Mia? I'm sure I would remember. Randall turned towards Liversedge. She's the only one left alive, said Annie. I don't see the relevance of that remark, said Randall. Just an observation, said Annie. If she had anything to do with whatever's been going on, 3 people are dead while you and Mia are still alive. Randall glared at her. I think that's about it, don't you? Said the solicitor. We've been very patient, but you've obviously wandered into territory that means nothing to my client. They both stood up. Maybe the question is, Annie said slowly, would your name mean anything to her? Maybe she'll be able to tell us what's been going on when we find her. Still glaring, Randall followed Liversedge out of the interview room. Jerry dropped her pencil and Annie exhaled. He's lying, she said. The slimy bastard. He's lying. The archives on the floor below were always a few degrees colder than the office upstairs. Mrs. Price, a large woman of indeterminate age, sat as she usually did, hunched over her desk in her ill-fitting grey cardigan, big glasses enlarging her eyes as she looked up from the computer screen. "Ah, Miss Zelda," she said, "and what can we do for you today?"
"Nothing to trouble yourself about," said Zelda, waving the folder of photographs. "I just need to go over some of my last month's filings."
"You know where they are?"
Mrs. Price went back to her spreadsheet, or her game of Candy Crush, for all Zelda knew. The archive was a large area divided into rows of shelving, much like a library, with filing cabinets of index cards against the walls. Eventually everything was digitized, of course, but the originals remained there, everything in its place until a file was closed. The place smelled of old photo-processing fluids from before digital days, and burnt coffee from the pot Mrs. Price kept on the boil all day, every day. The archive was divided into sections according to processor, so it was easy for her to go over to her own section and locate the file. Rather than taking the folder back to the front desk, near where Mrs. Price worked, Zelda thought it more prudent to do what she had to do right where she was, in the stacks. It didn't take her long to locate the photograph, one of a series taken by a field agent who'd been following the man in the photo with Keane, the one she hadn't told Banks about. His name was Petar Tadic, a Croatian thug, and his story began with war crimes, involvement in massacres, ethnic cleansing, and systematic rape, then progressed to trafficking in young women for the sex trade, and eventually rising to the dizzy heights of serving in the private army of a Russian oligarch-cum-gangster called Zigunov Cesar Pavlovich, or Ziggy for short. As Zelda knew all too well, Tadic was a cruel and violent man who liked to torture his victims, especially the women, before dispatching them to the hereafter or sending them off to work in his string of brothels. Zelda had had him in her sights for a while, but he could wait. For the moment it was Keane who interested her. He was handsome, looked intelligent, well-mannered, cultured even. She wondered exactly what his role was in the trafficking world. Who did he work for? Zigunov Cesar Pavlovich? And what was he doing with a clod like Tadic? Zelda had to assume that it was something to do with documents or provenance, as that seemed to be his area of specialty. But it wouldn't do to forget that, according to Banks, he was a stone-cold killer too. The two of them made quite a pair, Tadic and Keane, and not only because of the physical contrast. Tadic, small and barrel-chested, with a shiny bald head and a snake tattoo running down his neck. She wished she could have been a fly on the wall during that conversation. The field agent hadn't recorded them speaking, or if he had, Hawkins had decided that what they were talking about was on a need-to-know basis, and he didn't think Zelda needed to know. That happened often enough. He was suspicious of her, not quite convinced, she could tell, as men like him always were, about women who had suffered in the way she had. Well, they would both have to live with that. She found the folder she was looking for easily enough and flipped through the images, picking the best one. It was unlikely that anyone would be checking, but she still decided it wouldn't be safe to take the original. Instead, she rested it on an empty space in the shelf, took out her mobile, and snapped a couple of images, making sure that Tadic wasn't included. She had just put her phone back in her pocket and was about to return the photograph to its rightful place when she sensed a presence behind her. She turned quickly and saw that Hawkins was standing at the end of the stack watching her. She hadn't heard him enter the archive, and she didn't know how much he had seen. "Zelda," he said, walking towards her. "What is it? Anything I should know about?" Flustered, Zelda tried to shove the photo back among the others as she talked, but she didn't have time. "No, just something I wanted to look up, that's all." "Can I help?" he asked, coming close enough to see what she was holding. "Ah, our friend Tadic and the mystery man." "Yes. Decided you recognize him after all?" "No, I just wanted to check and make sure." Hawkins frowned. "It's not like you to be mistaken," he said. "Is something wrong?" "No, of course not." "Did you recognize him?" "No. Still a blank." Hawkins studied the photo, shrugged, and said, "Well, you can't win them all, can you?" Then he headed off to the filing cabinets. It was just a coincidence, Zelda told herself. But why was her heart still thudding and her hands shaking as she stuffed the photographs back in their folder? It was another late finish for the core team, and when Banks suggested a drink in the Queen's Arms at about 7:30, nobody objected. The pub was quiet that Wednesday evening, and the four of them found a table easily enough. Cyril had finished serving food, but offered to serve up sandwiches for anyone who wanted them, which was everyone. The plate duly arrived on the table, a mixture of prawn, ham and cheese and salad, and turned out to be just enough to take the edge off their hunger. Only Banks and Annie were drinking pints of Timothy Taylor. Jerry and Winsome stuck to diet tonic. Cyril's playlist seemed to centre around 1966 tonight, like the John Savage book on that year in music Banks had just read. Sir Douglas Quintet were doing She's About a Mover. "Randall's lying," Annie repeated. "No doubt about it." "The question is," said Banks, "what do we do about it?" "For a start, Gov," said Jerry, "I could do a full workup on his background, find out if there's any dirt. You never know with doctors. They're pretty good at closing ranks and keeping things quiet when it suits them. But if I could find a chink to get through—" "Do your best, Jerry." "And let's not forget Mia," Winsome added. "Ah, yes," Banks said. "The mysterious Mia. Can I have another look at that sketch, Annie?" "Sure." Annie fumbled in her briefcase and handed a sheet of stiff paper over to Banks. Ray had got together with Neela Mitchell and Colin Fairfax in the student coffee shop and had managed to turn out what they said was a fair likeness of Mia. The plan was to test it against Sarah Chen's housemates, Fiona, Eric and Fatima, and then show it around the student areas of Leeds and Eastvale to try and locate Mia. Someone might remember her, even know where she lived. Although it would probably be a quicker route, Banks didn't want her image all over the papers or on TV, because that could scare her off, and she might well disappear into the shadows if she hadn't done so already. But she had no reason to do so at the moment, Banks thought, as she could have no idea they were trying to find her, or that they had linked her with both Adrienne and Sarah. Despite Ray's grumbling and complaining that the way things were going, his next big show would be called The Collected Police Sketches of Raymond Cabot, and might not do his reputation a lot of good, he had turned out what appeared to be a finely detailed likeness. Now all that remained was to test it against reality. "We can talk to the girls' friends again, too," suggested Jerry. "Adrienne's and Sarah's. See if any of them remember seeing or hearing of Anthony Randall." "Okay," said Banks. "It's a good start. Try to find some dirt on the dock and track down Mia. Is there anything more we can do with that phone number next to Adrian's name, Ken Blackstone, found in Sarah's room?" Jerry shook her head. "I've been trying to chase it down on and off ever since we got it. There's no mobile active with that number, so it's history by now. Certainly turned off, perhaps minus its battery, and SIM card most likely destroyed if it was incriminating in any way. I'm thinking that the way the slip of paper read, it was a contact number for Adrienne, but it wasn't her everyday number. We also know that Adrienne had left her regular mobile in her bedsit, and there was nothing of interest on it." "That's true," said Winsome. "So what does it mean?" "That Adrienne had a second mobile," Annie suggested. "A burner, like you said at the meeting." "I do hate that word burner," said Banks. "It sounds so Americanized." Annie shrugged. "Sorry if it offends your linguistic sensibilities. I can't think of another one." Banks gave her a look. "What's wrong with pay-as-you-go or disposable, throwaway?" He picked up a prawn sandwich and took a bite. Sir Douglas Quintet had finished now, replaced by Count Five's psychotic reaction. Banks noticed that Cyril had subtly turned down the volume. "Let's say we're right about the throwaway phone," he said. "Why would Adrienne need a different phone from the one she normally used?" "Secrecy," said Annie. "About what?" "We don't know. You mentioned drugs before." "What did you find out about the number, Jerry?" Banks asked. Jerry sipped her diet tonic and consulted her notes. "It was part of a batch of cheap pay-as-you-go mobiles. Not smartphones, by the way, so no internet capabilities or Wi-Fi, just phone and text. And I managed to discover that they were sent to Argos in Leeds. The city centre branch on the Hedgerow. I got a keen young employee there to track down a few more details for me. But the most I could find out was that it was sold on the 9th of October, along with 9 others, and as many 5-quid top-up vouchers." "Sold to?" "No idea, Gov. It was a cash sale. But the same person bought the lot. Damn. Someone was being careful then. It's an unusual number of phones to buy, and not so long ago, said Jerry. So I asked my Argos pal to ask around in the store and see if anyone remembered the customer. The person who made the transaction said she thought she remembered it was a woman, but they were so busy she couldn't be certain. One of DCI Blackstone's team showed her the pictures of Adrian and Sarah, but she couldn't be sure it was either of them. "Okay," said Banks. "Good work, Jerry. We have a date in early October, and most likely a female purchaser, possibly Adrian or Sarah, though our witness can't say for certain." "Sarah was the one who lived in Leeds," said Annie. "But why would Sarah Chen buy 10 pay-as-you-go mobiles, including one for Adrian Munro?" "Why would anybody?" Annie said. "I'm just thinking out loud. Adrian could have gone to Leeds and bought it for herself. But it's one of 10 phones bought at the same time by the same person." Annie shrugged. "All we know is that there was a piece of paper in Sarah's room with Adrian's name and phone number on it that corresponds to one of 10 bought, possibly by a woman, at the Leeds city centre Argos. Hardly conclusive evidence of anything." Banks turned to Jerry. "Do we have the numbers of the other phones bought from the same batch at the same time?" "Yes," said Jerry, "and I've checked. No activity on any of them. It's a dead end. Double damn. Someone's being bloody smart." "Look at the timing in terms of what we have so far," said Winsome. "Go on," Banks urged her. "The phones were bought on the 9th of October. That's just a couple of weeks or so after the university year began. It was also around the time the mysterious Mia disappeared from the scene. Holmes threw that up." "Are you suggesting that Mia bought these phones?" Banks said. "I'm only pointing out a correlation," said Winsome. "But it's possible, isn't it? If she was running some kind of drug courier or sex service, it's the kind of thing they do. Let's not forget that Hadfield left his phone at home when he disappeared. Maybe he had a second mobile too. Maybe 10 people did, and when the shit hit the fan, somebody rounded them all up and got rid of them." "My head's spinning," said Banks. "I need another pint." "My round," said Annie, and headed for the bar. The place had filled up a bit, couples sitting close together, a group of tourists from the nearby B&B, the usual locals standing at the bar. Bob Lynn sang about an elusive butterfly. Banks thought he knew what the man was singing about. "Mind if I take the last one?" said Winsome, referring to the sandwiches. No one objected. Annie came back with the drinks. "Where were we?" she asked. "Still searching for answers," Banks said. "Right. By the way, one thing I forgot to mention. It's probably not important. But the solicitor who accompanied Randall, Brian Liversidge, what about him? He's on Hadfield's contact list too." "Well, hardly surprising, is it? Seems as if Lawrence Hadfield knew all the local bigwigs and more. Doctors, lawyers. And he's not in the crime business, Liversidge. He's a family law man." "He was only there for show anyway," said Jerry. "Yes," said Annie, "but why?" "They're obviously thick as thieves," said Banks. He glanced at Jerry. "Perhaps we better do a bit of digging into Hadfield's other contacts, starting with Brian Liversidge. In the meantime, let's have a look into the connections we already have here. Maybe something will fly out and slap us across the face. Jerry, you've got the most recent Holmes printout on the links between the people in the 2 cases, right?" "Yes, Gov. Right here." "Can you go through it for us, slowly?" "Of course. It works best on this diagram." Jerry laid a sheet of paper on the table, scribbled with circles and arrows pointing back and forth. "What's missing?" They all examined the diagram for a few moments, then Jerry told them. "There's no connection between Anthony Randall and any of the women. Yet Adrian had been at Hadfield's house, most likely on or close to the day they both died. And both Adrian and Sarah were in their best party clothes," Annie added. She turned to Jerry. "And we think Randall was lying about not knowing the girls, don't we? And he phoned Hadfield 3 times on that Saturday." "That's a lot of ands," said Banks. "And if Randall was part of it, he'd have a pay-as-you-go too," Jerry said. "So why didn't he use it to call Hadfield?" "Why would he?" said Annie. "Hadfield was a mate. He'd be used to calling him on his regular mobile. He wouldn't think of using the burner for that." "Fair enough," Jerry nodded and added dotted lines in pencil between Randall and all three women. "Quite a tight little coven, isn't it, when you look at it like that?" she said. "And don't forget the Mandys," Banks said. "No matter what Randall told you, he's a doctor. If anyone could get hold of him, it was probably him." "But Hatfield had the South African connection," said Jerry. "Adele Balter mentioned that he visited Cape Town just a few weeks before his death, and Mandys are still more prevalent there than anywhere else. I think it's a lot more likely that he picked them up from a friendly doctor or client on his trips over there." "So they're all connected, and 3 of the 5 are dead," said Banks. "Short of finding Mia, which we need to do as soon as we possibly can, I think we've got to put more pressure on Randall. He definitely knows more than he's saying. But how do we do that?" "Could you get Ken Blackstone to put someone on him?" Annie asked. "I certainly think we can get Ken's team to help us on this. After all, we're officially together in this investigation. I'll talk to him tomorrow, see if I can do something about it." Banks paused. "Winsome, something on your mind?" "Oh, what? Yes, Gov," said Winsome. "I was just thinking." "It's encouraged." "Well, I know we've been thinking about drugs, and I know I've been one of the prime movers in that direction. But what if it's not? What if it's something else?" Banks nodded. "Sex? We've all thought of that angle, too." "Yes," said Winsome. "What if that was the case? And what if it was organised?" "Go on," said Banks. "Well, I doubt the students and the old blokes who want to get them into bed move in the same circles. So what do you do if you're a rich old geezer and you want to meet a student? Put an ad in the papers or a card in a phone box? I don't think so." "An escort service?" suggested Annie. "There are plenty of sugar daddy sites online." "Something like that," Winsome said, "only not perhaps on so grand a scale. Say you want a more specialised service, something more select than an internet dating site. And say you want to be more discreet about it. You don't want to leave an electronic trail. This Mia only ever appeared around the universities at the beginning of term, didn't she? In the case of both Adrian Munro and Sarah Chen." "That's right," said Annie. "What if she was recruiting or filling orders? For Hatfield. And others. Remember, someone bought 10 burners from Argos." "What's in it for Mia?" "Money, same as for Adrian and Sarah. Finder's fee. She wouldn't do it for nothing. An introduction service. Private, reliable. Remember, both girls were a lot more flushed this term, and they lied about why. I've checked into Sarah's insurance and inheritance situation, by the way, and there's nothing there. She got a small insurance payment shortly after her father died, but that was it." "And where does Randall fit in?" "Sarah Chen." Winsome held her hand up. "All right, I know we've got no evidence. I know all that, but I don't know, call it a hunch." "Symmetry?" said Jerry. "Pardon?" Winsome said. Jerry tapped the diagram. "Symmetry," she said again. "It completes the diagram. Randall being involved with one of the girls, and if Adrian was at Hadfield's place, maybe they had something already arranged, a get-together of some sort, a party, or maybe they were arranging something. Let's also not forget," Banks added, "that Randall is a doctor. Doctors can have all kinds of uses, especially in situations where something goes wrong and people need to keep quiet." "Between 8 o'clock and 11, Annie said. "If Adrian took an overdose of Mandrex, for whatever reason, wherever she got them, and if she was at Hadfield's house, his bathroom, say, where she lost a charm from her bracelet, even in the bath, as Dr. Glendenning mentioned she'd been in contact with water, well, he'd hardly want the whole world to know, would he? What better than a friendly medic to sort things out? Phone a friend, especially one who was also involved in the same sort of dodgy business with the girls as he was. That way, Randall could be guaranteed not to talk." Sarah?" asked Annie. "Where exactly does she fit in?" "I don't know," said Banks. "I don't profess to have it all worked out. We know she had that slip of paper with Adrian's name and throwaway number on. At least we assume that's what it was. Maybe Sarah was with Randall. Maybe she saw too much. And Randall didn't save the day," said Annie. "Exactly." Jerry brought another sheet of paper from her briefcase. Banks could see it was a map with markings in red pen. "I didn't think much of it until Winsome just spoke out," she said. "But if you look at the map, you can see two things. She pointed to the lines on the sheet. In the first place, the Tetchley Moor parking area is just beside the direct road between Hadfield's house and Belderfeld Pass. They all looked, then moved on to the next line. And, said Banks, the shack where Sarah Chen's body was found is directly on the route south between Hadfield's house and Bramhope, where Randall lives, which is just along Otley Road from Hyde Park, where Sarah lived. They all paused to let the ideas sink in. Banks finished his beer and noticed that Manfred Mann was doing Pretty Flamingo. "We'd better not get too carried away," he said. "Most of this is still pure speculation." "Isn't that what our job is most of the time anyway, Gov?" said Winsome. "I'm not disagreeing, just saying that we can't go to the CPS with what we've got, or even to Chief Superintendent Gervais. We need evidence. We've got to keep moving along the lines we've already established. More pressure on Randall and finding Mia. We can conduct more interviews with Sarah's and Adrian's friends, show them Ray's sketch, see if anyone else talked with Mia, see if anyone can place Randall with Sarah Chen. I don't think that whatever happened that day was in any way planned, so if Hadfield and Adrian and Randall and Sarah were connected in some way, they'd have no reason to avoid going out, maybe to fancy restaurants. Except if they wanted to keep their relationship secret. I doubt they'd shout it from the rooftops, said Banks, but as far as they were concerned, they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. But I don't think it would go down well with Randall's medical counsel. "Well, we have a few more glimmers now, don't we, Gov?" said Winsome. Banks smiled. "We do indeed. And while we're speculating," said Annie, "there's something else we might care to consider." "What's that?" asked Banks. "If we're right, and if Mia was recruiting or grooming young students for predators like Hadfield and Randall, and maybe even Liversedge for all we know, then how did Hadfield and Randall get her to do that? Where did they find her? She was a bridge between the two groups, the men who wanted to pay for a young girl's company and the girls who needed the money for their education. She was the matchmaker who put student with old codger. What if it was Mia who bought the phones and handed them out? What if she was the one who got rid of them after whatever happened that Saturday? Shut down the network, so to speak. That way all communication between her, the men and the girls would be restricted to burners. She gave Banks a sarcastic look. "Sorry." Banks smiled. "And where are the phones now?" "If it was Mia who collected them and got rid of them after everything went sideways," said Annie, "they could be anywhere now. If I were her, I'd put them in a bag full of rocks and chuck them in a river or reservoir." "Good point," said Banks. "But we can't drag all the reservoirs and rivers in Yorkshire, even the one near Hadfield's." "We don't have to, if we find Mia," said Jerry. "So, we're back to that," said Banks. "We're going round in circles here." "No, we're not," said Jerry sharply. "Sorry, Gov, but I just had a thought. If what D.I. Cabot says is right about Mia being the one who brought the men and the girls together, then she needed access to both. It was easy enough for her to hang about student pubs and chat with the girls. And when you think about it, second-year students would be feeling the pinch. They'd be a bit more desperate, having found out how tough it was to get through the first year financially. Lord knows, I might not have said no to a sugar daddy myself in my second year." She reddened. No, I take that back. But do you see my point?" "I do," said Banks, "and it makes a lot of sense. Mia obviously looked enough like a student to blend in at the student hangouts." "Yes," said Jerry, "but what about the men? How did she make contact with Hadfield, Randall, maybe Liversedge and the others? How did she get access to them? What did they have in common? They wouldn't normally move in the same circles. I'm thinking a posh local pub where she worked behind the bar, perhaps, or an upmarket shop where they bought their cigars or brandy or whatever. Got chatting, got the measure of them, found out they were lonely and randy, said maybe she could help." "I like your first idea best," said Annie. "It'd need to be a place where people could be casual, relax, chat with the barriers down. A posh pub would be ideal." "Or a club," said Banks. It was late, and everyone else had gone home, but Annie went back to the station and sat alone in the dimly lit squad room, listening to the sounds from deep in the building. A laugh, a voice raised, the clanking of the heat pipes, a drunk complaining loudly about being arrested. This business about Keane reappearing had got her on edge, no doubt about it. Perhaps Banks was the one he'd tried to kill, but she was the one he had deceived, used, humiliated and betrayed. Over the past few years, she had often dreamed of revenge until, like everything else, it had ceased to trouble her day-to-day mind to a large extent, though it still occupied her dreams and those moments when, for whatever reason, her guard was lowered. She sighed and picked up the phone. It was hard to know what would be the best time to phone Poppy Hadfield. Morning was obviously out, as she was definitely a night bird, but there was no telling how smashed she would be now at 11 o'clock. Annie decided to risk it anyway. Poppy answered on the fourth ring. "Yeah? This is Poppy Hadfield, honey. What do you want?" "It's D.I. Cabot here. Annie." "Annie? I was going to ring you, but I lost, you know, that thing you gave me." "My number. That's it." She was at least partially out of it. Better move fast. "Poppy, do you know anything about mandrax?" "Mandies? Ludes? Ooh, not my thing, honey. Now, Mad Dog used to love his mandies. Crazy bastard would pop a couple and want to fuck all night." "Where did he get them? I thought they'd been discontinued years ago." "Yeah, they were, but this was Mad Dog, honey. He could get whatever kind of drugs he wanted to. God, I do miss the bastard sometimes. Why are you asking me about mandies, anyway?" "Remember that girl I was telling you about, Adrienne? The one who died? Yeah? Well, she died because of an overdose of methaqualone. Poor chick. And we don't know where she got it from. And you thought I could help?" Annie heard the sound of a cigarette being lit, smoke breathed in and out. "Something like that," she said. "Cool. That you think I would know, I mean. But it's not my scene. You like Valium, don't you?" "Like it? No way. It's just to take the edge off. Anyway, it's a different thing entirely." "Edge off what?" "You know, life." "So you know nothing about mandrax, quaaludes?" "No." "You didn't supply them to your father?" "The old man?" She cackled over the line. "Was the old man doing ludes? Well, fuck me." "We don't know," said Annie. "I'm asking you." "Nah. Besides, I'm not a dealer. People give me the stuff. That's how it usually works." "Okay," said Annie. "Just thought I'd check. You doing all right?" So-so," said Poppy. "I'm just, chilling right now. Ronald called earlier, wanted me to handle the details of Daddy's estate. He seemed pissed off you had him go all the way up to Yorkshire." "Yes, he didn't seem very happy at the time. He's a charmer, isn't he?" "Sure is. Why did you want to call me?" "Call you?" "Yes, you said you wanted to, but you lost my number." "Oh, that? Yeah, I remember. It's like, nothing really, just that you asked me to tell you if I remembered anything odd. And there was this one time I was up at Rivendell for a visit about a month ago, and Daddy's phone went off, only it wasn't his phone." "What do you mean, Poppy?" "Well, you know all those different sounds they make, right? Ringtones. That's the things. His always sounded like church bells, but this was like a ticky-ticky-ticky sound, a cricket or something." "Couldn't he have changed it?" "Why would he do that?" "Just for the sake of it. People do. That's why there's so many different ringtones." Whatever. But no." "How do you know?" "Because I saw the phone too. It wasn't anything like his. He's always got the latest, most expensive iPhone or Samsung or whatever. But this was one of those really old types, like just a phone. Probably didn't even get email." "Do you know what kind it was?" "No, just that it wasn't his." "Who was ringing?" "I don't know. He went away to have his conversation, excused himself, seemed a bit embarrassed." "Why would he be like that?" "It was a woman." "How do you know?" "I heard her voice. At first when she said his name, just over the line. I could tell it was a woman's voice, even though I couldn't hear what she said." "You didn't catch her name?" Annie heard a buzzing in the background. No, sorry. Look, gotta go, sweetie. Someone's at the door. Party time. Catch you later. And the line went dead. Banks's head was still spinning when he got home that evening, and he was keen to forget the whole wretched business for the rest of the night. Over the years he had found that it often helped to stand back and clear his mind, let the unconscious do its work. It sounded like gobbledygook, and he had never awoken the following morning with the solution glaringly obvious to him. But there did come a point when overthinking only complicated the issues. His recipe for escape was much the same as his recipe for mulling over a puzzle: music and wine. Sometimes a movie or television and wine worked better if he wanted to let his mind roam freely over a tough problem. There was something about watching TV that numbed a part of the brain and let the thinking bit do its work almost unhindered by having to pay attention. Of course, Banks wasn't thinking about Bergman or Kurosawa here, not even David Lean, but something more like a mindless action film, Bond or Bourne, or a silly comedy, Old Norman Wisdom or a Carry-On. But it was escape from thought he wanted tonight, not working on a problem. So it would have to be wine and music. The wine was easy. All he had left on his rack was a bottle of Landoc he bought on sale at M&S the previous week. He opened it, poured a generous glass, and went into the conservatory. Music was a little more difficult than wine, and in the end he chose one of his favourite oldies, Debussy's orchestral music by Haitink and the Royal Concertgebouw. He turned up the volume, then settled back and let Prélude à l'après-midi d'une faune work its magic. It did. Soon he was drifting far away from Adrian Munro, Sarah Chen, Lawrence Hadfield and Anthony Randall, passing through thoughts and images of Emily Hargreaves, his parents, his ex-wife Sandra, his son away touring in America, Tracy pursuing her academic career in Newcastle, and of all the choices and accidents that had brought him here to this place at this time, alone. He had nothing to complain about. He knew that. He had chosen his path, and on the whole it had worked out well for him. He was good at his job, had been a reasonably good, though too frequently absent, father, a not-so-good husband, and hopeless at sustaining or even igniting relationships since his marriage had fallen apart. But that was just life, wasn't it? If Sandra hadn't left him, he would never have been romantically involved with Annie, Sophia, or Oriana. And no matter how much grief those relationships had caused him in the end, he wouldn't have done without any of them. On the other hand, if he had remained with Emily in London, if she hadn't chucked him, perhaps she would have persuaded him to forego the police for some other path, and who knew where that would have led him. But then neither Brian nor Tracy would have been born, and that didn't bear thinking about. Even if it wasn't all for the best in the best of all possible worlds, it would have to do, and there was no point indulging in these speculative pasts and futures. He didn't feel sad, just lonely sometimes. But it was true that much of the time he enjoyed being alone, like now. He thought of Ray and Zelda and their new lease on life. Old Ray couldn't believe his luck. Even that old goat Picasso hadn't done as well as he had in the female department. And after everything Zelda had been through, to be loved so much and to have the freedom to live a creative and fulfilling life had to be good for her. Banks wondered if she wanted children. That would be a bit of a problem with the prospective father being already over 70. But who could say? Ray might live to be 90 or 100 and see his children grow up. Banks refilled his wineglass and put on a recent disc called Voyages, various settings of Baudelaire's poems by such composers as Debussy, Duparc and Fauré, sung beautifully by Mary Bevan. Banks had talked with Linda Palmer about Baudelaire at one of their sessions, and he had brought Anthony Mortimer's dual-text translation so he could follow along with the words. His school French wasn't good enough, and besides, no matter how clearly the singer enunciated, it was hard to translate from simply hearing the poems sung in French. He had set his mobile down on the table beside him, just in case anything came up, and no sooner had L'Invitation au Voyage begun than it rang. Curious, he picked it up and felt his chest tighten when he saw the picture of Phil Keane downloading. It was him, no doubt about it, accompanied by a simple message. Best I could do, for now. Kisses. Z. Keane's hair was a little longer, and refreshed by applications of Grecian formula by the looks of it. But it was him, all right, and it seemed very much as if he was standing on the embankment somewhere near Tower Bridge, talking to someone out of the picture. As Banks studied Keen's familiar face, he thought again of that near-fatal evening in his cottage, at least what he could remember of it. The taste of the whisky, which had put him off Lafroig for years, the sudden drowsiness, the distant smell of smoke, crackling sounds, then voices, cool air, darkness. And as he looked again at the face of the man who had caused all that, he felt a desire for revenge burn inside him. If he did find Keen, if this picture led him to the man, then he didn't know whether he could trust himself not to cross the line. He texted a thank you back to Zelda, refilled his glass, and listened to Mary Bevan sing Chante Automne. Chapter 13. The following afternoon, a drizzling Thursday, Banks sat in his office reading through witness statements, Holmes printouts, interviews and forensic reports, trying once again to make sense of recent events. There had been plenty of activity, it seemed, but very little progress. The one interesting tidbit that Holmes had thrown up was that the amounts of the cash deposits into Adrian Munro's bank account matched withdrawals from one of Lawrence Hatfield's checking accounts. It was another confirmation that the two were linked, and that Hatfield was probably paying for the pleasure of Adrian's company. It was sad, he felt, that she had been brought so low. Everyone said she was a shy, bright, hard-working young woman with a desire to eradicate poverty and make the world a better place. It was easy to be cynical about the naivety of the young, but without it, nothing would ever change very much. And there she was, cavorting with an old man like Lawrence Hatfield. Banks thought of Zelda, who had no choice in the men who had used her and abused her. Banks got up, stretched and looked out through his rain-spattered window down on the cobbled market square. The festive lights were on in the square, the market cross lit up. It reminded him he would have to do his Christmas shopping soon. He wasn't sure what he was going to do over the holiday period this year, but spending Christmas alone at New Hope Cottage, with a plentiful supply of food and wine, didn't seem like a bad option. Unless Tracy O'Brien turned up, which would be even better. The rest of the team had headed off on their assigned tasks, which mostly involved showing Ray's sketch of Mere around the pubs, cafes and coffee houses of Eastvale College. A few members of Ken Blackstone's team were doing the same thing in Leeds. Banks had already heard from Winsome, who had quickly discovered that no one resembling Mere had ever worked behind the bar at Hatfield's golf club. Jerry, who had remained in the squad room along with Annie, researching Anthony Randall, had not managed to dig up any serious dirt on the doctor. He hadn't been disciplined, not even close, though there had been a minor incident some years ago in which a young female intern had made a complaint of sexual harassment against him. Apparently, the charges had been investigated and dropped, the doctor completely exonerated, which was hardly likely to happen today, Banks thought. But it was something, and he had asked Jerry to follow up to try to find the complainant and get the details. Annie also told Banks about a phone conversation she had had the previous night with Poppy Hatfield, the upshot of which was that Lawrence Hatfield had more than one mobile phone, though only one was ever found at Rivendell. Before Banks got back to his desk, there was a soft knock at his door, and Jazz Singh walked in, carrying a slim folder. "Come bearing good tidings?" Banks asked, offering her a seat. Jazz sat down. "I suppose you could say that." "Do tell." "I finished the DNA comparison between the hair found in Lawrence Hatfield's bath drain and Adrian Munro's, and the short version is, it's a match." Banks leaned back, trying to put this new piece of the puzzle in its correct place. "Short version?" he said. Jazz waved her hand. "Just technical stuff, that's all. We were lucky to get enough hairs with follicles to make the comparison. As you know, comparing hairs themselves is hit and miss at best." "I know," said Banks, "and likely to get thrown out as evidence in any trial." Jazz nodded. "But this is solid. I won't bore you with the numbers, it's all in the report, But take it from me, one way or another, some of Adrian Munro's hair found its way down Lawrence Hatfield's plug hole. Could she have died there? She could, or maybe she just had a bath there. On the whole, I'd go for the former. Is it possible she drowned or was drowned? Jazz shook her head. No, I thought that myself at first, so I went over the post-mortem report again in detail. First of all, there are no signs of bruising on her body, which you would almost certainly find if someone had held her head under water. And second, no water in the lungs, which she would definitely have had if she had been drowned. So we can stick with our original cause of death. I think so. Jazz paused. There was something else in that bag full of gunk the CSIs brought me, and on further analysis it turned out to be a small amount of Adrian Munro's vomit. You mean? Yes, she was sick in the bath, and she died of asphyxiation due to inhaling her own vomit while unconscious. So she very likely died there. Thanks, Jazz, Banks said. That's brilliant. And it was. But it didn't solve the case, he realized, if there was a case to solve. Both Adrian Munro and Lawrence Hatfield were dead, so even if Hatfield had been responsible for Adrian's death, there was nothing to be done about it now. Randall, on the other hand, was still alive and well, and Mia. With a bit more time, I should be able to find traces of methaqualone in the vomit too, Jazz went on. If there are any, that is. It's a very small sample. That would probably clinch it as far as the CPS are concerned. Anything else? Jazz stood up. Isn't that enough for you? Jeez, I don't know. You give the man gold and he wants diamonds for icing. No, there isn't anything else. As I said, just the numbers and technical details. I'll get back to you on the methaqualone as soon as I can. I appreciate that, Jazz. Thanks. Just doing my job. After she left, Banks leaned back in his chair and wondered what had happened at Hatfield's house that night. When Adrian had died in his bathtub, had he called Randall to try and resuscitate her sometime between 8 and 11 that evening? If he had, he must have used another mobile, as there was no record of a call to Randall on the phone they'd found in his study. In the circumstances, that was probably exactly what he would have done. And if Hatfield had another phone, a pay-as-you-go, it had definitely disappeared. Clearly Randall hadn't succeeded in the resuscitation, so had they then disposed of Adrian's body together? But what could have persuaded Randall, with his career at stake, to help even a friend like Lawrence Hatfield dispose of a body? Did Hatfield have something on him? And then what happened? How had Hatfield ended up dead on Tetchley Moor? Had he gone there with Randall for some reason, and had Randall pushed him into the gully? Again, if so, why? A falling out of some sort, obviously, but over what? Every development in this case seemed to raise a dozen more questions or objections. There were no signs of foul play on Hatfield's body, though both Dr. Burns and Dr. Glendenning did say that it was possible he'd been pushed into the gully. A gentle shove was all it would have taken, and that wouldn't have left any marks. So had Randall taken him to the abandoned Ford Focus, first to dump Adrian, then killed him on the way back? And what role did Sarah Chen have in all this? Why was she killed, and by whom? Then there was Mia. The phone rang and interrupted his chain of thought. It was Ken Blackstone calling from Leeds. "Ah, Ken," Banks said. "I was going to call you about putting someone on watch at Anthony Randall's place." "Already done," said Blackstone. "I've got someone here who met Mia. I think you better come down and hear her story for yourself. Can you get away?" "I can make it in about 45 minutes to an hour. I'll bring Annie with me, okay?" Banks could hear muffled voices on the end of the line. Then Blackstone came back on the line. "No problem," he said. "Apparently we're quite happy to wait, as long as there's another drink in it. We're in the Original Oak, Headingley." Banks and Annie made it to the Original Oak in 52 minutes. Creedence Clearwater Revival's greatest hits on the stereo, speeding them on their way. He pulled up in a side street near the pub, just as Up Around the Bend was finishing. Annie gave him a look of relief when the music stopped. "What's up? You don't like Creedence?" he said. "I'd rather have a bit of Barry Manilow or Neil Diamond, to be honest." "I give up," said Banks. Annie grinned. "Maybe on the way back." They walked into the busy pub and found Ken Blackstone with DC Sharon Musgrave, who'd been showing the likeness of Mia around the student haunts, sitting in a corner with a young woman who seemed to be happily tucking into a plateful of fish and chips a half-finished pint of what looked like lager beside it. Blackstone shrugged, as if to say it was only a minor bribe, and Banks and Annie sat down. "Layla didn't want to go to the station, but she was happy enough to wait here and have a bite to eat," he said. "We didn't see any reason to disagree, as she's done nothing wrong." Banks nodded and turned to Layla. She was an attractive young woman with short dark hair and pale skin, marred only by a nose ring and another ring by the side of her right eye. She was wearing a soft tan kidskin jacket over her T-shirt and the regulation distressed jeans. Banks sometimes thought they must be issued on entrance to all institutions of further education. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Banks said, "but I suppose DCI Blackstone has already told you it's important." "It's okay," said Layla. "There are worse places to wait. I can't tell you any more than I told her, though." She gestured towards DC Musgrave. "It's very important that we find this Mia as soon as possible," said Banks. "Like I said, I'll do my best." "Can you tell me what happened, how you met?" Layla sighed and put her knife and fork down. Conversations rose and fell around them, but Banks fixed his attention on her words. "We met here," she said. "Not this room, in the beer garden. It was a fine day near the beginning of term." "Not so long ago, then?" "Couple of months or so." "Was it your first time here?" "No, I'm a second-year student. It's my local. I live down on Bainbrig Road." "So you're here quite a lot?" "Quite a lot, yeah." "And you'd never seen her before?" "No." "What did she tell you?" "She said she was an English student from Bristol, but she got fed up with it down there and transferred. She'd heard Leeds was a good place." "Did you ever see her around campus?" Annie asked. "No, but I'm in psychology. Our departments aren't exactly close." "How about the student pub, the coffee shops?" Layla just shook her head. "So, you got talking," Banks said. "What happened then?" "Nothing, really. I mean, we talked about music and stand-up. Discovered we both liked stand-up. We had a few drinks. Maybe a few too many in my case, truth be told." "Was there anything unusual about your conversation?" "Not really, just—" She gave a shake of her head. "I could have been misreading her, but at one point I thought she was telling me I could make a lot of money if I wanted." "Did she tell you how?" "Just that she knew people, men, who would happily pay to be seen with me. I mean, she didn't make it sound like prostitution or anything, but I sort of took it that way." "How did you react?" Annie asked. "I told her I wasn't interested in men. And then she backed off, but—" "What did you talk about next?" "I can't remember it all." She gestured towards Blackstone and DC Musgrave. "Like I told them, I was a bit drunk by then. Only the long and short of it is I went home with her, and we spent the night together. I'm a lesbian." She said it proudly and defiantly, as if expecting some sort of shocked reaction. "So she took you to her home," Banks said. "Yes, I mean, I share a house with a couple of other students. There's never enough privacy. Mia has her own place." "Good," said Banks. "So you know where she lives?" Layla bit her lower lip. "I should, I know. I can remember the street, but I'm not exactly sure about the house. Like I said, we'd had a few drinks. I mean, it's not something I do every night, get picked up by a strange woman in a pub." "I don't suppose it is," said Banks. "Did you see her again?" Layla looked angry and took a long pull on her lager before answering. "No," she spat. "She gave me a phone number, and I called her the next day. It was, I mean, I liked her. I thought we really hit it off. We'd had a good time, and I thought maybe, maybe she just cared about me a little bit. Maybe there might be a relationship or something. But she never answered. Not then, not ever. It was like she could see who it was calling and just pressed the red button on me. She shook her head slowly. I don't know why. It wasn't meant to be a one-night stand. I don't do one-night stands. It was nothing to do with you, said Banks. It's my guess she had other things that required her attention. It was just bad timing. But this was the one mistake Mia had made, the careless moment he had been waiting for, and it had occurred at a time when all was going well for her, and when whatever happened later to Adrienne and Sarah was still part of an unimaginable future. Mia let her guard down with Layla, let her feelings and her desires run away with her, with no reason whatsoever to believe that her lapse would come back to haunt her. But it had. Did you ever try to find her? Layla seemed embarrassed by the question. Finally she said, I went back a couple of times, hung around the street, hoping to see her. Did you? No. I felt like a fool. I mean, we'd only spent the one night together. What did I expect? You didn't think of knocking on a few doors, asking after her? I thought of it, but when it came to it, I didn't dare. I mean, maybe if I'd seen her in the street, I might have plucked up courage to talk to her, but if she thought I'd been tracking her down, stalking her or whatever... She let her voice trail off. I understand, said Banks. You still have the phone number? Layla nodded towards Blackstone and D.C. Musgrave. I gave it to them. They're working on it at the station, said Blackstone. Shouldn't take long. Pay as you go? They don't think so. Excellent. Banks guessed that Mia would have given Layla her real phone number, not one of the throwaways she used for business. He looked back at Layla, who seemed saddened by reliving her night of dashed hopes. Can you show us the street at least? He asked. Layla nodded. There was no sense in them all going, so Banks and Annie drove off with Layla, while Blackstone and D.C. Musgrave returned to their headquarters at Elland Road. Following Layla's directions, Banks headed back towards the university and turned left off Headingley Lane before they reached Hyde Park, into an area of grand old houses. The street that Layla eventually pointed out was less grand than some of the others, but nonetheless impressive, all walled stone mansions with gables and turrets. Pretty much all of these houses are divided into flats, Layla said. I remember thinking it was a bit upmarket for a student, but, well, by then I wasn't all that much interested in how she managed to pay for it. I just remember it was nice, the furnishings and all, and big. But you can't remember which one it was. They all look the same from the outside, and the streetlights are widely spaced and not very bright. It was dark and Mia was driving. Maybe she shouldn't have been, but it wasn't that far. We were talking, then she pulled into a drive. I didn't notice which one. Do you remember the car? Layla shook her head. I really wasn't paying attention to the car. What about when you left the following morning? I walked home. My head was spinning a bit, and I had a bit of a hangover. I wasn't really paying attention to my environment. I mean, despite the headache and all, I was feeling pretty good. It had been a long time, since I met someone. I was sure I'd see her again. I mean, I had no reason to try and memorize where she lived. I thought she'd ring me. As they stood at the end of the street and looked at the 2 rows of similar houses facing one another, Banks knew it wouldn't take them long to find Mia's, even if they had to resort to knocking on doors. But before they could make a move, Banks's mobile went off. It was Blackstone with the address. The phone number was registered to a Mariella Carney, number 36, flat 5. She didn't even use her real name with me, said Layla bleakly, after glancing at the screen. Banks turned to her. Layla, you've been really helpful, he said, and I'm sorry the memories have caused you pain, but you don't have to stay. We may need to talk to you again, but D.I. Cabot can take you back to the Oak now, if you like. Layla shook her head. No, she said. I'd like to walk, if that's all right. "Of course it is," said Annie. Layla gave them her address, then walked off down the street, shoulders slumped. Banks could feel the excitement rising as he and Annie approached the house. There was no list of names, just doorbells marked with numbers. But as it happened, they didn't have to ring Mariella's, as the front door was unlocked. Banks and Annie walked up the next well-carpeted flight of stairs and stood on the landing listening. Banks thought he could hear faint music coming from inside the flat. He knocked and waited, Annie standing to one side. Slowly the door opened a few inches on its chain. The face he saw in the gap resembled the one in the drawing, except that her hair was a little longer. Gone was the spiky, shaggy student style people had described. "Yes?" she said. Banks showed his warrant card and said, "Police." Her door shut. For a moment, Banks didn't know whether she was going to lock it and try to escape through the window, but she was only taking it off the chain. Eventually, she opened it wide and invited them both inside. Chapter 14. Mariella Carney's living room was spacious as a ballroom, well furnished and dimly lit by strategically placed shaded lamps. Mariella, or Mia as she insisted they call her, seemed to have an eye for antiques, Banks noticed, as she busied herself making them tea. Gilt-framed watercolours on the walls, a glass-fronted cabinet filled with vintage porcelain figurines, an ornate mirror, a fine-looking walnut escritoire. But the sofa and armchairs arranged around the low wooden table were contemporary in design, as was the bookcase, filled with an interesting selection of literary classics and biographies. Piano music played softly from speakers Banks couldn't pinpoint. Chopin, he thought. Mia was, as everyone had said, a very attractive young woman, with auburn tresses falling to her shoulders, olive skin and expensive clothes, a silky aubergine blouse and light blue designer jeans that showed off her shapely figure without a hint of vulgarity. He noticed the whiteness of her teeth contrasted with her loam-coloured eyes. She wore little makeup. She didn't need to. Her skin was naturally smooth and flawless, her lips the right shade of coral. In a way, she reminded Banks of a young Joan Baez. She had clearly dressed down for her appearances in the university pubs and student bars, but even then she hadn't seemed able to hide her natural beauty. Ray's sketch was a good likeness, though the real thing was a far more classy version. She set the tray down on the table and smiled at Annie. The teapot and cups were Royal Doulton. Here was a woman who clearly liked the good things in life. Poise was the word that came to Banks's mind as he watched her move. "Isn't this what they always do on TV?" she said. "Make tea when police come to call?" "That's one thing they get right," said Banks. "Thanks. It's most welcome." "My pleasure." As they settled down around the table, Annie took out her notebook and set her phone to record. "Do you mind?" Banks asked, indicating the mobile. Mia shrugged. Her silk top shimmered in the shaded light. "Not at all. I've got nothing to hide." "You do understand that we're only here to talk to you, that you're not under arrest or charged with anything?" "I've done nothing wrong," Mia said. "I'll answer your questions as best I can." She rested her hands on the table, wrapping one around her tea as if she needed its warmth. She had thin wrists and pianist's fingers, Banks noticed. She wasn't wearing a watch, but a loose gold chain instead hung around her left wrist. "Why didn't you come forward?" Banks asked. "About what?" "The suspicious deaths of Adrian Munro and Lawrence Hadfield, and the murder of Sarah Chen. Your name's come up quite a lot." "Why would I come forward? I know nothing about them. I didn't mean to be elusive, I assure you." As she spoke, she smiled, a teasing, flirtatious gesture. Banks sensed Annie bristle beside him. She hated it when women flirted with him, or perhaps it was the way he always rose to the bait that annoyed her. "But you don't deny that you knew Adrian, Lawrence and Sarah," he went on. "No, of course I don't, though perhaps it might be more true to say we were acquainted. I didn't really know them." "Then you surely must have known we'd be looking for any information we could find about them. In that case, I apologize for not realizing and coming forward sooner, but I didn't think I'd be able to help you then, and I don't think I can now." "Let us be the judge of that. Sometimes people aren't always aware that they know something that could be vital to our investigations. I can see how that might happen." "How did you come to know Adrian and Sarah?" "I suppose you could say they were clients of mine." "In what sense?" "I introduced them to men." "Lawrence Hatfield and Anthony Randall?" "Yes." "So Adrian became Lawrence Hatfield's mistress?" "I wouldn't put it quite that way. A companion, perhaps." "And Sarah Chen and Anthony Randall?" "The same." "Are there others?" "Yes." "Why did you do that?" "It's my living. I run an escort service, a rather specialized one, perhaps, but an escort service nonetheless." She paused and leaned forward. "It's what I do, bring people together. You could call me a matchmaker." "Or a pimp," said Annie. Mia raised an eyebrow and gave her a withering glance. "That's not very nice at all. I agreed to talk to you voluntarily without need of a solicitor, or so I thought, and you start insulting me." She looked to Banks. "Do I need a solicitor?" "Mr. Liversedge?" Mia snorted and leaned back in her chair, cradling her tea. "I think I could do better than him." "Come off it, Mia. You must have known what those men were after," said Annie. "All men are after the same thing, as far as I'm concerned, my dear, but that's beside the point. How could I know what would develop between two people I brought together? I simply made the introductions." "Did the transactions you brokered involve sex?" "If they did, those were decisions agreed to by both parties later, consensually, at their own instigation. Not by me, and without my knowledge." "How did you know Lawrence Hatfield and Anthony Randall?" Banks asked. "I meet a lot of men like them." "Where?" "Here and there. Certain clubs they frequent, couple of posh pubs, places I've worked from time to time, company dues." She gave another teasing smile. "I scrub up quite nicely, you know. I also have quite an attractive body, too, which, believe me, gets me into plenty of places where I can meet wealthy men. I could be a grid girl or a darts girl or one of those girls at the President's Club dinner." As she spoke, Banks took in her beautiful skin, full lips and dark brown eyes, as well as the hint of cleavage her blouse allowed. He couldn't argue with her self-assessment. "So you work as an escort?" "That's not a word I would use. It has very negative connotations." "But do you?" "I'm 25 years old, but I know I look younger. I was a student myself a few years ago. I know what it's like trying to scrape by on a mere pittance. I went out with an older man. He was very nice and a very cultured man, not at all like those spotty, lecherous boys who hang around the student pubs. Just lonely. He paid for my company, took me places, the opera, art galleries, theatre, even to Paris for the weekend once. I met some of his friends and colleagues. That's how I know there are plenty of men like Lawrence Hatfield and Anthony Randall who are more than happy to pay a good deal of money to have the pleasure of an intelligent young woman's company and conversation. If they decided to make it a sexual relationship too, that's their business. They both seemed like decent men as far as I was concerned, certainly not men who would force themselves on a girl, though I wasn't always too sure about Randall. Anyway, as I said, I don't think I can tell you anything you don't know, and I've done nothing to break the law." Banks smiled. "Except practice matchmaking without a license." Mia smiled back. "Guilty as charged. But I just make the introductions. I don't think that's illegal, is it? What do you call someone who does that? A lobbyist? A facilitator?" "Whatever fancy terms you come up with, I still know what I call it," said Annie. There you go again. Nasty, judgmental. You must have a big chip on your shoulder, you know.
Let's move on to Adrian and Sarah, Banks said quickly. Mia shifted in her chair and pouted at him.
Let's.
Where did you meet the girls?
I met Adrian in the bar at Eastvale College and Sarah in the University of Leeds pub.
You were pretending to be a student.
I don't remember ever doing that. I may have said I was an English student, but that's true. I left after my second year and haven't graduated, so I suppose I'm still technically an English student. She smiled again. At the very least, I am English.
Any plans to finish your course?
Not in the near future.
So what did you say to Adrian and Sarah to get them interested in your proposition?
I talked to them, found them both intelligent, articulate and presentable, so I told them I knew of a way they could make some extra money. Both were depressed about debts and fees.
By sleeping with older men like Hatfield and Randall, said Annie.
By spending time with rich and influential and lonely men like Hatfield and Randall. How they spent it was up to them, perhaps by attending parties and charming important guests if they wished, though both Lawrence Hatfield and Tony Randall were more secretive, wanted their relationships to remain private. I suppose Randall was worried about his ethics committees and whatever, and with Hatfield it was his family, the son and daughter.
Did they go with only one man each?
Yes, of course, as far as I know. That was the plan. I told Adrienne, Sarah and the others that I'd done it myself and it had worked for me. It was all pretty harmless.
Except both girls are dead, Banks said.
Mia looked down at her tapered fingers. For the first time, Banks thought he saw a hint of genuine emotion show through her slick, glib mask. Yes, that's sad. They were both nice girls. But it was nothing to do with me. I generally consider myself a good judge of character, but you know as well as I do that in certain extreme situations, you can't always predict how things are going to turn out. People do desperate things.
Is that what happened with Adrian and Sarah?
I don't know what happened, but you said it yourself. Both girls are dead.
Do you know what Mandrax is? Annie asked.
Mariella frowned. Never heard of it.
Methaqualone. Quaaludes.
Quaaludes? Downers of some sort, aren't they? Why? I don't take drugs.
It's what Adrian Munro died of. Do you know where she got them from?
How would I know that?
Your friend Anthony Randall,
Annie suggested. Randall isn't my friend, and I have never discussed anything remotely like that with him.
Did he supply drugs to Lawrence Hatfield and Adrian Munro? Did something go wrong? Was he involved in Adrian's death?
Well, something obviously went wrong somewhere, but I doubt that Tony Randall had anything to do with supplying drugs. Don't forget, he isn't your typical NHS GP. He's a world-renowned cardiothoracic consultant and surgeon, as he never tires of telling people.
Can't these rich and powerful men just have any woman they want? Banks asked.
Ah, if only it were as simple as that. But not these days, no. Besides, that only works with a certain type of woman. Girls like Adrienne, Sarah and the others are different. Rare, natural beauties. Innocent, even. Yes, they need money. What student doesn't? But they're not gold diggers. And they're also bright as well as beautiful.
Has Randall been in touch with you since last week?
No. Why should he be?
Well, you're the only two left.
Mia started playing with her gold chain. What do you mean?
We've managed to come up with links between you, Adrienne, Sarah, Lawrence Hatfield and Anthony Randall. 3 of them are dead, leaving you and Randall.
But why would he want to get in touch with me?
I don't know, said Banks. That's why I'm asking.
Unfinished business? Maybe you've got something on him, saw something you shouldn't have?
Something like that.
Stop it. You're making me nervous.
Okay, let's move on.
What can you offer that one of those online dating sites or escort agencies can't? Personal service, discretion, no internet footprints.
Bright, attractive young girls for conversation, said Annie, and for sex.
Are these men you set the girls up with married?" Mia sighed. "Hadfield and Randall, no. Some of them may be. I don't ask. How they make their domestic arrangements is none of my concern." "Do you give them special phones?" "They want privacy, so I give them dedicated phones, all part of the service, only used to contact one another or me." "What's in it for you?" Annie went on. "What are your motives?" "Oh, I do well enough, thank you very much. As for my motives, you wouldn't understand. But as I said before, I did it myself when I was a student, and I found it beat working behind the bar in the original Oak or some similar pub, being pestered and groped by the managers and customers all bloody night." She dismissed Annie with a flick of her head and turned to Banks. "Not that it matters or anything, but I'm curious. How did you find me?" "You were pretty careful to cover your tracks, weren't you?" said Banks. "I value my privacy. You were careless. You gave out your real phone number." Mia looked away. "Layla," she whispered. Then she went over to her cocktail cabinet and poured herself a large Courvoisier. Banks didn't confirm or deny it. Mia sat down with her drink. "I knew I shouldn't have done it," she went on. "But she was so... You've met her, I assume?" Again Banks said nothing. "Of course you can't say anything. I get it. It's all right. I'm not angry. I'm not going after her or anything." She shook her head slowly. "It was just bad timing, that's all. I could have fallen for Layla in a big way, but I just couldn't afford to get involved with anyone emotionally at that time. It hurt to cut her off like that." Not as much as it hurt her, Banks felt like saying, but kept quiet. At least he now knew that Mia had used her real name with Layla. Perhaps that would be some compensation. "So what happened with Adrian and Sarah? Were you emotionally involved with either of them too? Were you looking at Layla as a replacement?" "God, no," said Mia. "No matter what you think of me, I'm not promiscuous, and I'm not a heartless bitch. Layla just sort of came out of the blue when I least expected it. Knocked me for a loop. And I don't know what happened to Adrian and Sarah. I didn't see them again after the introductions. They were on their own." "Didn't you talk to them from time to time?" "Once or twice, just to see how they were doing. And they said they were doing fine." "But 3 people are dead, Mia. So what do you think went wrong? What's your guess?" "As good as yours. Or maybe not, given that you're the detective." "Don't you feel guilty about what happened?" "I feel terrible about what happened to Adrian and Sarah. They were lovely girls, and they didn't deserve to die. But they did. I don't know how, and I don't know why." "You had no idea why Adrian Munro would take her own life?" Mia shook her head. "None at all. As I said, I consider myself a pretty good judge of character, and I never saw Adrienne as a potential overdose, whether by intent or by accident." "Do you think it was an accident?" "I don't know. I assume you have more information on the subject than I do." Banks studied her for a few moments. The mask was firmly in place again, and he realized he wasn't going to get anything more out of her. He glanced at Annie, who nodded and put away her notebook and phone. "Don't feel too bad, Superintendent," Mia said as she showed them to the door. "It's not as if I'm getting away with murder. I really didn't kill anyone." Hawkins had been behaving strangely ever since he caught Zelda in the archive. She would notice him watching her through his office window and frowning at her as he talked on his phone. He also turned up with alarming frequency at her desk, asking about some petty matter or another. It wasn't like him, and it worried her that she might have set off an alarm bell by her actions. Did he know that she had taken a copy of the photograph? Was it obvious from her behaviour? 5 o'clock, rush hour in London, in the rain. Not that every hour wasn't rush hour in London, but things did gather a bit of momentum around 5. Looking down from the office window, Zelda noticed an undulating sea of umbrellas, rain bouncing from their taut convex covers. Lights from Old Compton Street and the Harry Potter sign lit up the darkness and reflected in puddles by the roadside. A string of buses lumbered along Charing Cross Road, splashing pedestrians who jumped back as if they'd been scalded and waved impotent fists at the culprits. Shaftesbury Avenue was jammed up with traffic at the circus, and hordes of people stood at every traffic light waiting to cross. The occasional impatient soul made a dash for it, only to be startled by the blast of a car horn, which somehow managed to sound angry, though Zelda knew the sound was intrinsically neutral. There were people everywhere. People under umbrellas, people going bareheaded or wearing rain hats or hoods. People heading home from work. People heading to the West End for a night out. People trudging towards Oxford Street to do their Christmas shopping. The lights were already strung up over the streets, and despite the rain, Zelda also noticed the occasional knot of tourists, Japanese or Korean perhaps, standing patiently by a building while a guide lectured them on its importance. Naturally, the Palace Theatre was a big draw. Perhaps they were fortunate enough to have tickets. It was almost time to go back to her hotel. She would have a long shower and then go out to find a restaurant in a neglected back street, perhaps Italian tonight. After dinner, she would go back to her room and read, phone Ray, then sleep. Tomorrow afternoon she was heading back home until they called her again. Hawkins left a little earlier than usual. Most nights he was still there when Zelda left, and almost without thinking she grabbed her raincoat and hat and hurried off after him. When she got down to the street, she realized she had probably set herself an impossible task, even though she had followed people often enough before. But she spotted his distinctive striped umbrella and found that if she kept her focus on that, ignoring all the rest, she could follow its progress through the clouds. She stayed well behind him, always the best way if you were the only one doing the following, keeping her eyes fixed on the umbrella as he crossed Charing Cross Road and walked down Old Compton Street into Soho. Hawkins turned into Dean Street, which was fortunately busy with early revellers and the sort of people who seemed to spend their days and nights hanging out in Italian coffee shops. She noticed Hawkins lower his umbrella just before he turned into the doorway of a fashionable cafe. She crossed the road and went into a pub from where she thought she could keep an eye on the cafe entrance without being seen. Of course, Hawkins might merge into the slipstream of passers-by without her noticing when he came out, but that was a risk she had to take. She bought herself a vodka and tonic and wedged herself into the corner that gave her the best view. She unbuttoned her coat, but kept it on, along with her hat, and nobody paid any attention to her. The rain continued, blurring the view from the window, and only a few hardy souls ventured to stand outside and smoke. She thought she would be able to see Hawkins when he came out, though, even through the rain-spattered window. "I think I believe her," Banks said to Annie over a pint and lamb vindaloo at one of the many Indian restaurants in Headingley. It was a bright, noisy place, full of students dining cheaply on aloo gobi, chapatis and lager. "What about you?" "I don't think she killed anyone," agreed Annie. "If that's what you're saying, but I don't think she's telling us the full story." "No," said Banks. "It was the same with Randall, too, though in Mia's case I think there was a lot of sugar-coating about what she does, and she's very defensive. Maybe Hadfield and Randall did like a good argument about Brexit with the young girls, but I bet a pound to a penny they liked a good fuck even more." Annie nodded. "We could probably do her for pimping." "You're a bit sharp with her," Banks said. "Did she strike a nerve?" "Just strategy," said Annie, dipping a piece of her naan in the sauce. "I was trying to get a rise out of her, that's all. I don't suppose you noticed her flirting with you?" "Of course I did," said Banks. "That can be as useful as getting a rise out of someone on occasion. Besides, it's an occupational hazard." Annie smiled. "That's your story, and you're sticking to it." Banks laughed. He chewed on a piece of fatty lamb, which he thought was far more likely to be mutton. Despite the lights and the conversation, the sitar music was unobtrusive enough, and the waiter only appeared when you needed him, if then. "Those two are all we have left," said Banks. "If we don't find out what happened that night from Mia Carney or Anthony Randall, we may never find out at all." "Do you think they were involved?" the two of them. Romantically? I doubt it very much. We know that Mia's inclinations are towards women, though I suppose she might be bi. Either way, I don't really see Randall as her type, money or no. I meant criminally. It's possible, the one covering for the other. There could be blackmail involved too. Certainly the kind of business Mia is in invites it. We think Randall is lying, but we can't prove it or place him with Sarah Chen. Mia may know something about that. Maybe we should go over his house with a fine-tooth comb, see if we can find any evidence of Sarah's having been there. He's smart enough to clean up, but even the smartest people often miss something. I know Ken's forensics people are still working on trying to coax evidence out of stuff they collected at the shack. We should be able to get a search warrant for Randall's property. What about the others? Annie asked. Mia said Adrienne and Sarah weren't the only girls she fixed up with sugar daddies. I imagine we can get some more names out of her if we try hard enough, but I'm not sure it'll give us much help in solving this mystery. The solicitor, Liversedge, was on Hadfield's contacts list, and there are plenty of others, but that doesn't mean Mia serviced them all. Besides, even if she did, they've probably got nothing to do with our case or cases. We're not on some moral crusade. Annie pushed her plate to one side and looked at her watch. Should we be heading home soon? I think so, he said. Let's have a coffee first. They chatted over their coffees for a while, mostly about Zelda, Ray and Keane, and Banks showed Annie the photo Zelda had sent him. Then they walked out onto the road, which was busy with traffic heading out of town, double-decker buses carrying city workers home to Wheatwood and Lawnswood, or even as far as Bramhope, Poole and Otley. It was still early evening, dry, and the pavements were crowded with groups of students heading from pub to pub. As they were heading towards Banks's car, parked in a side street nearby, his mobile rang. It was Blackstone calling from Elland Road. "Just heard from our man," he said. "Randall's on the move." "Is he following?" "Yes. Are you still around?" "We're still in Headingley," Banks said. "We'll stay put until you have some idea of his destination." "He's heading your way," Blackstone said. "Driving down Otley Road towards Headingley." It was about an hour later, and still raining, when Zelda spotted Hawkins come out of the cafe opposite. He was with someone, and they were saying good night, shaking hands. She couldn't get a good look at the other man as he had his back turned to her. She snapped a couple of discreet shots through the window with her phone before she dashed off the rest of her second vodka and tonic, fastened up her coat, and walked towards the door. That was when she noticed someone else join the two men. A woman this time. Zelda stayed in the shadow of the pub doorway. From what she could tell, through the rain and the layers of clothing, the woman was young and attractive. After shaking Hawkins's hand, she turned to the other man, and the moment he half turned towards her, Zelda could see from his profile that it was Keane. She snapped a couple more photos, keeping her phone in her hand at hip level and just hoping she had it pointed the right way. The woman linked her arm in Keane's, and they set off towards Oxford Street. Hawkins headed in the other direction, towards Shaftesbury Avenue. Coloured neons reflected on the pavements. Zelda kept her head down and her hands in her pockets and went after Keane and the woman as they continued along Dean Street, past the Pizza Express and Pierre Victor, opposite the building site. There was still plenty of people around, despite the rain, mostly coming and going from the Tesco metro. It didn't matter if Keane saw her. As far as she knew, he didn't know who she was. But she hung back because it wouldn't do to let them know that someone, anyone, was following them. Then she was dazzled by the bright lights of Oxford Street, their usual brilliance augmented by the seasonal display. The pavements were crowded with tourists and shoppers. Keane and the woman turned left and walked along slowly, huddled together, stopping now and then to glance in shop windows and exchange a few words. Zelda cursed to herself. They were going bloody shopping. She had hoped she might be able to follow them on the tube to Keane's current home, or at least the woman's. But God only knew how long they would be, or where they would go next. She trailed along for a while. Then they turned left at Oxford Circus down Regent Street, still checking out the shop windows, and before she knew it, They jumped into a taxi. She probably had more than enough time to flag one down herself, but the thought of having to tell the driver to follow that cab just didn't sit right. He probably wouldn't do it anyway. Surely that only happened in movies. She realised as the taxi edged its way into Regent Street traffic and merged into a whole fleet of London taxis that she had more than enough to think about. And now that she knew there was a link between Hawkins and Keane, and that Keane apparently had a girlfriend here in London, it ought to be enough for Banks to go on. Besides, she was tired out, soaked through and fed up. It was time to head back to her hotel for that long, hot shower. Chapter 15. Banks and Annie soon found themselves back in the tree-lined lane of stone mansions at an intersection about 100 yards from Mia's flat. A light breeze had sprung up, and the high, bare branches trembled against the moonlit sky, casting shadows everywhere. Dry leaves skittered across the pavement and rough road surface. The air smelled of wood smoke and wet dogs. Blackstone and D.C. Musgrave were standing with D.C. Collier, who'd been tasked with watching Randall's house. "What happened?" Banks asked. "Randall went into Mia Kearney's building, sir," said D.C. Collier. "How did he know where she lived?" Annie asked. "She brought Randall and Sarah Chen together. Who knows? Maybe she invited them all over to a soirée." "Makes as much sense as anything in this case," said Blackstone. "Besides, it doesn't really matter at the moment, does it? The question is, what do we do about it?" "Did Mia let him in?" Banks asked D.C. Collier. "Hard to tell, sir. The front door was open, so he didn't need to ring the bell. After that, I don't know. Should I have gone after him?" "No, lad," said Blackstone, patting D.C. Collier's arm. "You did the right thing. We'll take it from here." He looked at Banks. "So, what's the plan?" "Why don't Annie and I go see what's happening? Confront them. Unless you'd—" "No," said Blackstone. "Too many cooks. Besides, it was your case from the start, and you've talked to her before. You're familiar with the terrain. DC's Collier and Musgrave and I will take positions at the front and back exits, in case we're needed." "Thanks, Ken," said Banks. "Let's hope you won't be." "Me too. Good luck." Banks and Annie walked along the lane towards the large house. It looked sinister against the night sky with its Gothic gables and turrets, roof slates reflecting a hint of moonlight. Banks could see the lights on in Mia's flat and one on in the ground floor. Her living room was large enough to have 2 windows facing the street, and both were dimly lit, with the curtains open, just as they had been when Banks and Annie had visited earlier. Banks could see the edges of some of the paintings on the walls. "What do you think?" Annie asked. "Not sure. If they're in it together, they could be hatching some sort of escape plan, or some way of covering one another. Or if Randall thinks Mia's a liability. Remember, we planted the idea." "Yes, I've thought of that too. Perhaps we better just go up and ask them." "Right," said Banks. They moved closer to the house. The front door was still unlocked. Banks and Annie made little sound as they climbed slowly up to the second floor. Pausing before Mia's door, Banks strained to hear the sounds of conversation or argument, but the room appeared to be silent, not even a distant hint of a Chopin nocturne. Banks tapped on the door and said, "Mia?" No answer. He held his breath. Annie beside him. Banks tried the handle. Locked. He knocked again, harder this time. Still no answer. For a moment he wondered if D.C. Collier could be wrong. He said he'd followed Randall from Branhope and seen him enter the building, but he hadn't seen him enter Mia's flat. Maybe he was somewhere else in the house. Maybe he was visiting another tenant. Then he realized that his reasoning was simply a delaying tactic, that Randall, knowing someone else in the same house as Mia, would be beyond coincidence. Whether they were hatching a plot together or one of them was in danger, it was time to intervene. Banks took a few steps back, lifted his leg, and snap-kicked the door. It took him 2 kicks to get it open. Then he and Annie hurried inside, where they saw Randall putting something in his bag beside the sofa. Mia was nowhere to be seen.
Thank God you're here," said Randall.
"Where is she?" Banks asked, moving forward. Then he saw her. Mia lay on the sofa, her eyes closed, her clothing dishevelled, top torn open. "Move away, Doctor," said Banks, shoving Randall back. He bent over Mia. Her skin was cold and clammy, and she was hardly breathing. "Annie, call an ambulance. Tell them we need paramedics fast."
"I found her like this," said Randall. "I think she must have taken something. I was trying to resuscitate her when you burst in."
"What were you putting back in your bag when we walked in?" Banks went on. "What have you given her, you bastard?"
"Nothing. She was like this when I found her. She must have taken an overdose."
"You're lying. Show me." Banks snatched the bag from him and upturned it so its contents fell all over the glass coffee table.
"You can't do that. I'm a doctor. That's—"
But Banks was already going through the contents of the bag, and one of the first things he found was a used syringe. "Are you in the habit of leaving sharps in your bag like this?" he asked.
You startled me."
"What did you shoot her up with?"
I told you, nothing. I was trying to help her."
Banks grabbed Randall by the throat and bent him backwards over the sofa. He could hear Annie talking to emergency services on the telephone.
"Stop it! My back! You'll break my back!"
"I can find it, whatever you used. I'm sure there'll be an empty file somewhere among this lot. But you can save me a lot of time. It's over now, Randall. You've nothing more to gain."
All right. Let me go."
Banks let go. Randall stood up, rubbed his back, then straightened his clothes.
"Morphine," he said.
"How much?"
150 milligrams.
"Jesus Christ." "I've still got emergency on the line," said Annie. "The infirmary's not far away." "Tell them we've got a morphine overdose, that she's hardly breathing. Tell them to inform A&E, and get this bastard out of here." He pushed Randall towards Annie. Annie gave the message over the phone, then cuffed Randall and half-dragged him towards the stairs. Banks bent over Mia again. He felt for a pulse, first in her neck and then on her wrist. But he couldn't feel anything. Cursing his lack of first-aid knowledge, he could think of only one thing to do, and that was to keep her breathing at all costs. Gently he tilted her head back and began mouth to mouth. He didn't know how long he'd been doing it before he heard the sirens, then the sound of heavy, fast-moving footsteps on the stairs. A hand touched his shoulder, and a calm voice said,
"Move aside, sir. We'll take over now."
Banks flopped back in an armchair and put his head in his hands.
"I think it's too late," he said. "I think she's dead."
But Mia wasn't dead. Not quite. Banks, Annie and Blackstone paced the waiting area while the doctors gathered around her. Fortunately, Annie had been able to tell the hospital over the phone what the problem was, and that it had happened recently. Opioid overdoses weren't exactly out of the ordinary in a big city like Leeds. Though both paramedics and A&E were prepared, the doctors looked serious as they rushed Mia into the depths of the building on a gurney, and they wouldn't even deign to answer any of Banks's questions about her chances.
"I hate these places," said Banks.
"Who doesn't?" said Annie. "They always make me wish I still smoked."
"Ironic that, isn't it?" said Blackstone. "This is probably exactly where you'd end up if you still smoked."
"Very funny." Blackstone's phone purred.
"Yes?"
Banks heard him grunt,
"OK,"
a few times. Finally he turned and said,
"Collier Musgrave got Randall to Ellen Road. They've got him waiting in an interview room. Unfortunately, he's insisting on having a solicitor present. I told them to let him sit and sweat it out for a while."
"Liver's edge again?"
"Aye,"
said Blackstone. "I don't think he'll be a problem, do you?"
"Doubt it."
They found a coffee machine, fed it some coins, then sat down with their drinks. Coffee lacked flavour, but it didn't really seem to matter. It wasn't a busy night, not like a weekend, but there was a fair bit of bleeding and moaning around the place before one of the doctors came back. She looked about 12 years old and tired beyond belief. Even the stethoscope around her neck looked weary. "We've done what we can to make her comfortable and slow down the absorption," she said. "Naloxone to reverse the effects of morphine first, then activated charcoal to make sure her system doesn't absorb any more. It was a large dose for someone as small as her and for someone who isn't used to opioids. But we're not out of the woods yet, not by a long chalk. There's still a long way to go. Her breathing's really shallow. We'll have to intubate her. Who gave her mouth-to-mouth?
I did, said Banks.
You probably saved her life.
Will she make it?
Banks asked. It all depends on how much damage was already done, said the doctor. Opioid overdoses can be tricky things. They can cause brain damage for a start, or coma. We'll have to do an EKG and monitor her vital signs. Luckily, we know the exact dose she was given from the vial and syringe we found in the bag you brought. That was good thinking. And if you'd been maybe even 10 minutes later... All I can tell you is that we'll know more in the morning. My colleagues are still with her. Don't worry, she's in good hands.
We'll be putting a man outside her room, said Banks. That okay?
Well, she won't have a room for a while yet, not while she's being treated by the team. But if you tell your man to ask for me, that's Dr. Elaine Logan, then I'll make sure he's in the right place when we send her up to intensive care. She paused and frowned. There was also a blow to the back of her head. Nothing serious, but probably enough to stun her and give her a slight concussion. Did somebody do this to her? Is she in danger from anyone? Is there something more we should know about?
There's nothing to worry about, said Banks. Yes, someone did this to her, but he's in custody.
Dr. Logan started to turn away, gave another low-wattage smile and said, Just let me know if he escapes then, okay? Anthony Randall had been stewing in an interview room for over 2 hours before Banks and Blackstone got around to talking to him, while Annie watched from the next room through the two-way mirror. Liversedge made the usual noises about abuse of upstanding members of the public. Banks and Blackstone ignored him and focused their attention on Randall. As the building was fairly new, the interview room didn't have the same atmosphere or smell as the ones at Eastvale. It could almost have been a doctor's waiting room.
It must be your lucky day, Tony, said Banks. You got a detective superintendent and a DCI interviewing you. I doubt that's happened since Dick's day, if it ever did happen. Hope it makes you feel important.
Randall scowled.
I want to go home.
Don't we all, said Banks, as Blackstone set up the video and recording equipment. But I'm afraid it's going to be a long night. That's unless you want to confess right up front.
Confess to what? I haven't done anything wrong.
Banks sighed and turned to Blackstone.
Like I said, Ken, long night.
Blackstone nodded.
You can't interview my client without a break for any longer than...
We know his rights, Mr. Liversedge. If you'd keep your interruptions to a minimum, we'll get through this a lot faster, and then we'll be able to move on to your part in all this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. No matter, it'll dawn on you eventually if you pay attention. You ready, Mr. Randall? Randall nodded without looking at them. Blackstone turned on the machines and went through the formalities of the caution. Their advantage with Randall, Banks realized, was that he wasn't a habitual criminal. He hadn't been through this sort of process before, hadn't become inured to it. He'd never been in jail, and the odds were that the thought terrified him, as it did most people. That might make him lie to avoid prison at all costs, but it might also make him hope that somehow, if he could explain himself, they would understand and come to realize that he wasn't the sort of person who belonged in a jail cell. Or so Banks hoped. It had happened before, and it beat the usual no-comment interviews you got from hardened criminals. But he wouldn't let himself forget that Randall was intelligent and shrewd, and in all likelihood a murderer. "Funny you didn't ask how Mia was doing," Banks said. Randall shrugged. "I did my best to help her." "Bollocks," said Banks. "To get rid of her, more like. You've already admitted you gave her a shot of morphine. According to the doctor at the hospital, she'd been hit on the back of the head before being injected. Did you really believe you could get away with it?" "I told you I found her like that. I was trying to help her." "Is that why you ripped her blouse open?" "Don't you understand, man? She was hardly breathing, and the heartbeat was dangerously slow. Her heart's right here." He banged the centre of his chest. "Sounds hollow to me," said Banks. Liversedge gave him a stern look, but said nothing. "How were you going to arrange things? Make it appear as if she injected herself and hit her head on the side of the table when she fell. That's what must have happened." "You do realise, don't you, Mr. Randall," said Ken Blackstone, "that our forensic team will be carefully studying the scene and the clothing you were wearing when you were brought here. There'll be traces." "Well, of course there will," said Randall. "I was trying to save the poor girl's life." "What were you doing in Mariella Carney's flat?" Banks asked. "I just went to talk to her." "A woman you told us you'd never met before, never heard of," said Banks, "whom you suddenly went to visit after thinking over our previous little chat with you. Lucky for her you didn't know we'd already found her." "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do, Mr. Randall," said Banks. "Mia Carney was the only person left linking you to Sarah Chen, and don't try to tell us you don't know who she was. Think carefully about what you say." "All right. So I knew Sarah Chen. I lied about that. I didn't want to get involved. She was over the age of consent. We were both adults. Nobody was forced into anything. I know my rights. It wasn't illegal." "You paid for her company." "So what? I never made her do anything she didn't want to do." "Gave you a thrill to have a pretty young woman in your bed, did it? Made you feel young again, vibrant, virile? Say what you like, it doesn't mean I killed her." "What happened that night in the shack, Tony?" Banks asked. "What made you smash Sarah over the head with a rock?" "You're talking rubbish." "But you were with her, weren't you?" "I didn't see her that night. Obviously she went out with some other bloke. Tramp like that can hardly expect her to stick with just one man. Perhaps he was the maniac you should be after." "Any idea who he might be?" "Me? No." "That's because he doesn't exist. Come off it, Tony. Once more, I'd suggest you stop lying and tell us the truth. Our CSI teams and scientific support are very good indeed. There'll be evidence to connect you with the scene in Mia's flat, and we'll find it. There'll be evidence in the shack to connect you with Sarah's murder, and we'll find that, too. It may take a while, but we'll find it. We may have to take that shack apart stone by stone, but by God we'll do it. Perhaps you had a good reason for what you did. Was it self-defense? Was she blackmailing you? I don't think your medical ethics committee would have been too thrilled to hear about what you were up to, would it? Come on, tell the truth." Randall folded his arms. "I don't have to say anything." "No, you don't. But you heard DCI Blackstone issue the warning. Anything you don't say now, but rely on later in court, will go against you." "What makes you think I'll end up in court?" "Mia Carney. Is she... I mean... Whether Mia lives or dies, the scientific evidence won't lie, nor will Annie or me. It'll be your fingerprints we find on the syringe and file, not Mia's. You didn't have time to arrange the scene the way you wanted it to look. We'll be taking a sample from you too, for DNA testing. And if I refuse? Well, that's your prerogative. We'll get it anyway, one way or another, but it sounds better to a jury if you give it voluntarily. Are you saying that if I've got nothing to hide, then I have no reason not to submit an intimate sample?" "That's about it. But you don't have to get too intimate. Saliva will do. But what if I just happen to value my privacy? What if I don't want to end up in some police database? Again, I can't imagine why it would bother you if you haven't done anything illegal and don't intend to. Besides, all samples are destroyed if you're not convicted of anything. Come on, we're already searching your house." Randall jerked forward from his chair. "You're doing what?" "Searching your house. Calm down, it's quite legal. We have a warrant." Banks glanced at his watch. "The lad should be giving it a good going over right at this very moment." Randall half stood and spread his palms on the table. "You've no right. Do you hear me? You've no right. I'm an upstanding pillar of the community. Tell them, Brian." Liversedge just swallowed and turned pale. "Oh, spare me the theatrics," said Banks. "You're a lecherous, murderous bastard. No doubt you expected something like this, so I imagine you've tied it up pretty well at home. Got rid of the clothing and shoes stained with Sarah's blood, right? Used the washing machine, did you? Well, as I said, our experts are very good, and if it's there, even in minute quantities, they'll find it." Randall raked his fingers through his curly grey hair. "I've admitted to knowing Sarah. She's been at my house on occasion. No doubt she might have had her period or a nosebleed or something while she was there, which would explain any traces of blood your experts might find. Why did you phone Lawrence Hadfield 3 times a week ago last Saturday, around the time Adrian Munro, Sarah Chen and Hadfield himself died? I told you to arrange a round of golf for the following day. Did Lawrence Hadfield call you before 8 o'clock to tell you Adrian Munro had taken an overdose of Mandrax in his bathroom? Did he ask you to come over and see if there was anything you could do? Did you take Sarah with you and ring him on the way? What happened then? This is ridiculous. Why did you call back at 11:30? Did you want to find out how things were, whether he'd got rid of the body? Don't be absurd. Or did you want to tell him that you'd killed Sarah and needed his help? Does Mia know what happened that night? Is that why you tried to kill her? I was trying to save her. Can't you understand? My client is tired, Superintendent, said Liversedge. I suggest we take a short break now. Perhaps some refreshments? Bakes drummed his fingers on the table. He was tired too, and he didn't feel they would get any further with Randall tonight. Perhaps a night in the cells would change his perspective. "Okay," Banks said. "Interview suspended at 11:35. Blackstone turned off the video and audio. Without looking at Randall or Liversedge, Banks said to him, "Ken, will you arrange for Mr. Randall to be taken to the custody suite? I hear they're quite nice and modern. Have him fingerprinted and take saliva samples for DNA analysis." He glanced quickly at Randall, who was turning pale. "Only if he consents, of course. Oh, and give the poor bugger a cup of tea and a digestive biscuit. 2 sugars, I'd say." It was beyond late when Banks got home, and most of the lights were out in Helmthorpe when he drove through the village on his way up the hill to Gratley. Despite the lateness of the hour and the prospect of another busy day tomorrow, he was glad to be back at New Hope Cottage for the night and not in some hotel. Tired as he was, he felt too wired and on edge to go straight to bed. He'd been listening to The Doors live at the Isle of Wight to help him stay awake on the drive home, and Jim Morrison's dark lyric wanderings still haunted his imagination. But once in his conservatory with a glass of wine, he felt like some jazz, so he put on Miles and Coltrane live in Stockholm from 1960 and settled back in his chair. It had been an exhausting day, both physically and emotionally, and Banks was feeling his age. His bones ached, mostly from standing out in the damp, chilly weather, and the evening's vindaloo sat uneasily in his stomach. He was relying on Zantac more and more these days, and he realized he might have to think about changing his diet. He would talk to his doctor about it on his next visit. Then he remembered he hadn't scheduled a visit in a couple of years. He was probably off the list now, which led to thoughts of Anthony Randall. There was no doubt in Banks's mind that Randall had tried to kill Mia Carney that evening, and he could only hope the attempt hadn't succeeded. Randall must have thought that Mia had known something incriminatory about his relationship with Sarah Chen in order to attempt her murder. He wanted a clean slate. Only Randall's arrogance could have led him to believe that he would get away with it, even if Banks and Annie hadn't arrived on the scene and caught him red-handed. He thought about Mia and tried to fathom his complex and contradictory feelings towards her. In the end, he decided that he felt the way he did because of Zelda, who had had no choice about the way she had to live and the way she'd been mistreated. Mia had groomed and exploited girls for the pleasure of men for money, and 2 of them had died. But the girls had a choice, and Mia had seemed to care about them. A prostitute with a heart of gold? He doubted it. Both she and the girls were probably well paid. It was definitely prostitution after a fashion, but Adrian and Sarah hadn't been raped and exploited by unscrupulous pimps. And although Annie had done it, he nevertheless felt equally guilty that they had planted the idea in Randall's mind that Mia could be a liability. The moral conundrums of it all were too much for him to handle so late after such a day. He gulped down some wine and let a Coltrane solo carry him away. Tying Randall to the attempted murder of Mia Carney would be easy now, but it might be a bit harder to nail him for the murder of Sarah Chen, unless Mia survived and really had something to tell them. They would certainly be able to link Randall and Sarah, and would no doubt find evidence of her presence at his house, in his bed, but whether their evidence would carry enough weight for a murder charge was another matter. The CSIs and scientific support were working as hard as they could. They had already found the stone they thought was used to kill Sarah, part of a pile in the corner, sheltered inside the shack, so spared to some degree from the elements. Scientific support had found blood and a partial fingerprint on it. If the blood was matched with Sarah's, and the print with Randall, they would be on more solid ground, though they doubted there would be enough points of comparison on the prints to use in court. The pathologist at Sarah's post-mortem earlier that day had also found traces of skin under her nails, which could be a match with Randall's, if he had killed her. Apparently, Sarah had put up quite a fight. As So What morphed into On Green Dolphin Street, Banks replenished his drink. Just before bed, he called the hospital. It was very late, he knew, but they never slept, did they? It took him a long time to persuade the nurse who answered the phone to let him speak with one of the doctors on the Mia Carney team, but in the end he was in luck, and he was put through to Dr. Elaine Logan. She sounded as exhausted as he felt. "How's the patient?" he asked. "She's still unconscious," said Dr. Logan. "We think we've managed to control the morphine, and we've got her on a respirator, but her heart rate is still too slow for my liking, and it appears she suffered from a slight arrhythmia. Nothing to worry about normally, but in these circumstances. She's being closely monitored. I've asked to be informed of any changes in her condition. I still wouldn't expect any news until tomorrow, though." "Thank you," said Banks. "It sounds as if you should try to get some sleep, Doctor." Banks heard a cross between a laugh and a yawn. "That would be nice. Not yet for a while, though, I don't think. Is that John Coltrane and Miles Davis I hear in the background?" Banks was stunned into silence for a moment. Out of the mouths of babes. "Well, yes, as a matter of fact it is. Stockholm, 1960. "Ah, that one. Thought so. You know Miles and Coltrane?" He heard her laugh again. "Don't sound so surprised. My grandparents loved jazz. I picked it up from them. Good night, Superintendent Banks. Sweet dreams." Some hope of that, Banks thought. Grandparents, indeed. Then, before she hung up, he heard the sound of an alarm and an urgent voice over the PA system in the background. "Must run," said Dr. Logan. "Is that Mia?" Banks asked, but the line had gone dead. Banks lay tossing and turning in his bed, but sleep just wouldn't come. He found some Beethoven cello sonatas, played by Jacqueline Dupre on his old iPod, and put in his earbuds, but even the music didn't help. His mind kept jump-cutting through the events of the evening, juxtaposed with wild dreams about what had happened in the shack and at Hatfield's house. Eventually he gave up and went downstairs to make a cup of tea and sit in the conservatory. It was almost 4 a.m, dark and cold, and it wouldn't be daylight for hours yet. This had always been his worst time of the night, when all his faculties were at their lowest ebb, and the silky tendrils of depression started to slink in and twist around his thoughts and memories, wrapping them in darkness. Again and again his mind went back to the alarm and the urgent voice over the PA. Was it Mia? Was she dead? Had he and Annie brought it on her? He considered his options. He could remain as he was, he could phone the hospital again, or he could reach for a bottle of whiskey. In the end he decided on none of these, but quickly got dressed, went out to his car, and set off back to Leeds. There was very little traffic on the roads. Even the A1 was quiet, except for a few long-haul lorries and delivery vans. He passed a couple of patrol cars lurking in lay-bys, the officers either grabbing 40 winks or hoping to trap some unfortunate speeder. The city was asleep, as much as cities ever sleep. Lights came on in windows here and there as people got up early to get ready for work. Vans dropped off the morning papers, and the bundles landed with a thud outside darkened newsagents. Street sweepers moved at a snail's pace along the edge of a major road. There were even a few pedestrians about, some of them clearly winding their ways back home after a long night on the town. Banks heard a couple of distant sirens, too, before he entered the city centre and found a parking spot in the street near Leeds General Infirmary. It looked as if he had arrived just after a car crash, as the A&E was swarming with firefighters and harrowed doctors and nurses, and a bloody body was being rushed in on a stretcher. Banks bypassed the chaos and followed the signs to intensive care. The hospital was already a hive of activity despite the early hour, and he wondered how anyone ever got any sleep. At the nurse's station he asked for Dr. Logan, but no one knew where she was. Someone suggested that she might have gone home. When he inquired after Mariella Carney, the nurse he was talking to became suspicious and asked him why he wanted to know. Banks apologized for not introducing himself immediately and brought out his warrant card. The nurse examined it closely, then asked him to follow her. A uniformed constable sat outside the room. The poor kid looked so tired he might slip down to the floor at any moment. Banks showed him his card again, and the PC did his best to sit to attention. Banks told him to relax. "The doctor's in with her now," the PC said. Gingerly, Banks opened the door. The lights were dim, but he could see Mia's dark halo of hair against the white sheets, and Dr. Elaine Logan checking the monitors and making notes on a clipboard. She turned when he entered. "You," was all she said. "Is it okay to be in here?" Banks whispered. "I don't suppose you can do any harm," Dr. Logan said. She rubbed her eyes. "And there's no need to whisper. She can't hear you anyway." Banks sat beside the bed. "Is she okay?" he asked. "I'd hardly say that, but she's improving," said the doctor. "She gave us all a scare earlier." "Was that when we were on the phone?" "Yes. She suffered a myocardial infarction." "A heart attack?" "Yes. Lack of oxygen to the heart muscle, coupled with her existing arrhythmia. Luckily she was here and, well, you heard. We were able to treat her immediately before any serious damage was done. There may be some moderate damage to the heart, but for the moment she's resting comfortably. Naturally, she's receiving oxygen and her breathing is still assisted. But what on earth are you doing here?" "I couldn't sleep," said Banks. "I hope you've not come to me for sleeping pills." "Wouldn't think of it." "No, I just wanted to, I was worried." "About your witness?" "It's not just that." "You have feelings for her?" "It's not... For Christ's sake, she's a young woman. I've got a daughter not much older than her." Dr. Logan put her hand on Banks's arm. "Why don't you sit with her for a while? It's all right. Don't worry. She's hooked up to all the monitors she needs, and the slightest change in her will have us all running up here as fast as we can." "Thanks, Doctor. If that's okay." "I wouldn't say it otherwise. I'll let your man on the door know you'll be here for a while. I have a feeling he's been secretly yearning to go outside for a smoke." Banks smiled. "Let him go then, but ask him to bring me back a big, strong black coffee, or I'll have him on the carpet." "You're a hard taskmaster, I can tell." Dr. Logan left Banks alone in the room with Mia. He was aware of the slow, steady rhythm of her breathing, the beeping from the machines, the slow drip of an IV, the various tubes attached to her body. He could also hear, but only just, occasional sounds from outside, someone walking past, the clatter of a tray, a patient calling out for painkillers. The constable, smelling of smoke, came in with coffee and disappeared again. And so the hours passed. There was a clock above the door, and Banks mostly just sat and watched Mia breathing as he listened to the second hand make its rounds, minute after slow minute. Mia opened her eyes at 7 minutes past 8. It may have been a trick of the light, but Banks thought he saw, as her lids slowly lifted, a swirling mass of dark red fire deep in her eyes, as if she were returning from some distant circle of the inferno.
Clock is ticking loud and clear. Sooner or later we'll disappear. Running fast from that old fear, stepping forward into somewhere near. Stars align, but sky's still gray. Sooner or later we'll find our way. Lost the map, but that's okay. We'll build a world out of today. Ooh, sooner or later we'll rise. We'll fly. Falling doesn't mean goodbye. Sooner or later we'll touch the sky and leave our shadows far behind. Minutes sprinkle like summer rain. Can't rewind the days we gain. Sooner or later we'll break the chain, laughing wild without restraint. Riding waves on an endless sea. Sooner or later we'll be free, holding hands, just you and me, on this road of mystery. Ooh, sooner or later we'll rise. We'll fly. Falling doesn't mean goodbye. Sooner or later we'll touch the sky.
Chapter 16. It wasn't until after the weekend when Banks was finally allowed back to talk to Mia in Leeds General Infirmary. 3 days spent on paperwork and catching up with as much rest as possible. According to Dr. Elaine Logan, they had carried out various tests on Mia, and though they intended to keep her under observation for a while yet, she was regarded as fit for visitors. Anthony Randall had spent the weekend in a cell, there being no courts in session to hear a bail application. He had appeared in front of the judge on Monday and been turned down. Though the doctor was apparently of good standing in the community, Banks's account of Randall's visit to Mia Carney's flat and what he and Annie had witnessed there gave the judge pause for thought, and bail was denied. The forensic evidence against Randall in the Sarah Chen case helped too. Only that morning had Banks got the results from Ken of the tests on the blood-stained stone they'd found in the shack. Sarah Chen's blood and a possible match with Anthony Randall's fingerprints. Far more damning was the DNA match between the skin under Sarah's fingernails and Randall. So the good doctor was enjoying a little holiday at Her Majesty's pleasure, and the rest of the forensic evidence was mounting up. Circumstantial, most of it, according to their CPS rep, but shaping up well. Mia was propped up in her bed when Banks entered with a bunch of grapes and a small bouquet of flowers. She still had the transparent oxygen tube running under her nose, but most of the other tubing was gone, and she was breathing by herself again. The heart monitor still beeped a steady rhythm, and the clock's second hand still ticked, reminding Banks of the hours he had spent sitting by her bed. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. What a picture. He gave her the grapes and arranged the flowers in an empty vase on her bedside table. Brightens the place up a bit, he said. She touched her hair, which was plastered to her skull. Her eyes were sunken and dark-circled, her olive skin a little more pallid. I'm sorry I must look such a mess, she said. Don't worry about it. How are you? I'm feeling a lot better, thanks. Except for the dreams. I'm having terrible nightmares. Banks remembered her eyes opening when she came out of the morphine haze, the fires he saw blazing in there. Was she remembering what she saw on the other side? Anyway, to be honest, I'm a bit bored being stuck here, but they say they want to keep me in for a while to do some more tests. They gave me a room of my own. Was that your doing? Banks shook his head. No influence when it comes to the NHS. It's just easier to isolate you this way, lessen any risk to the other patients. Charming. Not that there's any risk to you. Randall is in custody. Mia closed her eyes and breathed deeply. When she opened them again, she gave Banks a direct look and said, I understand you kiss me. Banks felt himself redden. I gave you mouth-to-mouth, if that's what you mean. Kiss of life, she whispered, and turned her head away. Thank you. Banks shifted uncomfortably in his chair. I suppose you want to know everything, Mia went on. It would help, if you can manage it. You really should have told the truth sooner, then we might have avoided all this. Oh, you sound just like my father. At least it's not her grandfather, Banks thought. Do you mind if I bring my DC in to take notes? He asked. Annie was busy with the forensics team, so he had brought Jerry Masterson. She deserved a road trip. Besides, in his experience, she was one of the most competent note-takers they had. No. Banks opened the door and beckoned to Jerry, who was waiting outside. When she came in, Mia looked her up and down and gave an approving smile. Nice hair, she said. Don't even think it, Banks said. We pay our DCs very well. They don't need to moonlight for you, thanks very much. Spoiled sport, said Mia. Jerry made herself as comfortable and unobtrusive as possible in a corner chair and read at her notebook. I don't know, sir, she said. You don't pay that much. She set her phone down to record the conversation. Mia wasn't under arrest, merely helping with inquiries. But even so, this would avoid having to go over it all again at the station when she was released from hospital, and it might help with the case against Randall. Could you get me some water first? Mia asked. It's in the cabinet under the flowers. Banks took out a bottle of spring water and looked for a glass. It's all right, Mia said, taking the bottle from him and unscrewing the cap. I don't need a straw. And she proceeded to glug down half the bottle. And in case you're worried, there's a bedpan in the toilet. It's good to see you haven't lost your sense of humour. Who said I'm joking? Where do you want me to start? With the other night, said Banks. Randall. What happened? I heard someone knocking at my door. The front door must have been unlocked. I told the bloke in 1A about it, but he takes no notice. Anyway, I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I answered it, I saw it was Randall. I remembered what you had said about us being the only ones left, but he pushed his way in. You didn't have the chain on? Mia shook her head. No, not since you left. How did Randall know where you lived? I'd given him my address ages ago, when he hooked up with Sarah, just in case of emergencies. It's all part of the service. Anyway, Randall was in a bit of a state. What did he do? At first he was just ranting on about his reputation and how his association with me could ruin it. I told him I didn't consider him to be associated with me, but that only made him worse. He grabbed my blouse and it tore. Then he grabbed my breast. To tell the truth, I didn't know whether he wanted to rape me or murder me. I'm not sure he knew himself. He wanted you out of the way, said Banks. He didn't know we'd found you, but with you around there was always the risk of the full story coming out, unless there's more to it. Unless you were a witness. Were you a witness? Mia shook her head. To poor Sarah's murder? No. But he did it. I know he did it. Tell us what happened next.
Things get very hazy. I turned away and he hit me with something. I think I passed out. I felt a sharp pain in my arm, but I couldn't do anything about it. Then I felt like I was floating. I had the most wonderful sense of well-being until... She put her hand to her throat. I suddenly couldn't breathe. Then I couldn't even move. I was just so limp. Then I suppose you came in, my knight in shining armour, and you kissed me.
Jerry gave Banks a questioning glance and pulled a face. I gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, D.C. Masterson, said Banks. It's textbook. Mia looked at Jerry and laughed.
Get him. But he was, really. Your boss was my knight in shining armour, and Annie, of course, his gallant page.
She paused and eased herself back into bed as if the laughter had tired her.
After that, it's all vague. Just the hospital, machines, tubes down my throat, in my arms, up my whatever, and needles. Elaine, that's Dr. Logan, says it was touch and go.
Anthony Randall injected you with a high dose of morphine, which can cause you to stop breathing, and he tried to tell us that it had happened before he arrived, that you had done it to yourself, and he was trying to save your life. Now, can you tell us about what really happened on Saturday night 2 weeks ago?
Mia drank some more water. It started out as just an ordinary day, she said, like all the rest. But I suppose I already knew it might turn into something different. Nothing like what it did become, but just difficult.
How did you know?
Mia took a deep breath. As you know, I supply all my clients, the girls and the men, with dedicated mobiles, burners if you like, so the couples could communicate with one another as they wished, and with me without anyone else knowing. You wouldn't believe how many erring husbands or boyfriends get caught out by their mobiles.
Both Sarah and Adrienne had left their own mobiles at home, said Banks. That seemed odd, an indication there was something wrong.
Mia nodded. I advised them to take only the burners when they were meeting, she said. It's easy to make mistakes, get mixed up. Better to be safe than sorry.
What happened to those phones? Banks asked.
I'll tell you about that later. Another aspect of my role was to reassure the girls that I would always be there for them if they needed me, that they didn't have to put up with anything they didn't want. I know that sounds strange, given the nature of their relationships, but some men, well, let's just say they don't like to stop at what we might consider natural or normal relations. If the girls had any problems, they knew they could come to me. The men too, but their problems would be of a different kind, and to be honest, they never had any complaints. I'm not saying I could always help, and looking back I think I let Adrienne down badly.
How?
You have to understand that Adrienne and Sarah were very different personalities. Sarah was outgoing, a bit brazen, up for anything, scared of nothing. Adrienne was shy, more reserved and pretty conservative sexually. They were both incredibly sexy, but for different reasons. There was an innocence about Adrienne, and a sort of earthy joie de vivre about Sarah.
Mia drank more water.
As you know, Lawrence Hadfield and Anthony Randall were mates. Apparently they went out for dinner together once with the girls, some swank restaurant in Manchester. Well, Adrienne caught Randall's eye. He was always a bit of a sadist, I thought, and despoiling innocence would probably be right up his street. And Hadfield developed an itch for Eastern promise.
Let me get this straight, said Banks. Both girls were sleeping with their partners, right? Having sex with them.
Yes, but as I said, Adrienne had this aura of innocence. As a good deal of sex has to do with fantasy, Randall could imagine himself despoiling her innocence. I'm not saying he was into rape or S&M or anything, except in his fantasies.
Banks glanced at Jerry to see how she was doing. She gave him a nod, which let him know she was keeping up fine, and no doubt understanding it.
Go on, he said to Mia. Randall and Hadfield came up with the idea of a sort of girlfriend-swapping scenario. But first they wanted to watch the girls frolic by themselves for a while, just to get their juices going, you might say. Adrienne rang me when Hadfield was putting pressure on her to get involved with this foursome scheme, and it made her nervous.
And your role was? Mia looked away. I'm ashamed to say that I talked her into it. I'm not proud of myself, but Adrienne lacked confidence. She was a true natural beauty, but it was a hard job talking her into having a sugar daddy in the first place. It was the money that did it, really. The poor kid was broke and she wanted to finish her studies. She also wanted to go off to Africa or somewhere and see wildlife, help the starving people. Adrienne was a humanitarian. She felt she was sacrificing something, her innocence, whatever, for her ideals. I grasped that when I first tried to persuade her to try the life, and I thought if I had succeeded there, I could succeed with this other thing. All she needed was a gentle nudge in the right direction. After all, what did it amount to? A roll in the hay with Sarah wouldn't have been so bad. Then she just had to fuck Randall. Well, I could think of many better things like having a root canal, but there you go. And there was a nice bonus in it for everyone. But Adrienne was already feeling bad about what she was doing. You know, being Hatfield's sugar baby. Just how bad I didn't quite realize. It wasn't her. Nobody forced her. She forced herself, and it damaged her. Mia shook her head. I should have seen that coming, done something about it. Do you know, I think she died of shame. Did you have feelings for Adrienne, Mia? Be honest. We're not here to judge you. Mia was silent for a while, chewing on her lower lip. Finally she nodded. I liked her, yes. Maybe more. But it couldn't be more. I can't have feelings for the girls I recruit, or the men. I'm bi, but Adrienne wasn't. Looking back, I shouldn't have tried to persuade her. I should have just told her to forget the whole thing. In fact, I shouldn't even have convinced her to go with Hatfield in the first place. Easy to say with 20/20 hindsight. Well, given what happened, I just told her to take a couple of pills to relax, you know, like when you go to the dentist sometimes. What pills? I gave her 2 Valium. I have them on prescription. From Randall? God, no. I wouldn't go to him for an ingrown toenail. Besides, like I said, he's not a GP. Just 2 Valium? Yes. I honestly don't do drugs, nor do my girls, at least not if I can help it. I try to be very careful about that. Sometimes, though, with the kind of thing they were planning, you just need something to take you out of yourself. What did she do with them? Took them, I suppose. The next time I saw her, she was dead. But it can't have been because of 2 Valium. Back up a bit, Mia. Mia sniffled and Banks passed her a tissue. Look at me, she said, behaving like a silly little girl. It's okay. Take your time. I persuaded her to go through with it. That's all there is to it. I persuaded her, and she ended up dead. I also gave Sarah Adrienne's number so they could talk it through and feel more comfortable together. Like I said, Sarah was so much more confident than Adrienne. It was all set to take place at Lawrence Hatfield's house on that Saturday night. What time? I don't know the exact time. Evening. So what went wrong? I got a call from Hatfield at about 9. He said something had gone terribly wrong, and I had to get over to his place right away. He wouldn't tell me what it was, not even over the burner. Naturally, I was worried something had happened to Adrienne or Sarah, so I headed out there. And what did you find? Randall and Sarah were there with Hatfield. I didn't see Adrienne. Sarah was in hysterics, saying we had to call the police and an ambulance, and Randall and Hatfield were telling her not to be a fool. It was too late for that. I asked what had happened, and Hatfield told me Adrienne had taken some of his pills from the bathroom cabinet and must have had a bad reaction. Mandrax. He has trouble sleeping, and he gets them from a doctor he knows in Cape Town. Adrienne also had a bottle of whiskey with her. She never usually drank much. She was probably trying to psych herself up for the show. Where was she? Upstairs, in the big bathroom. Apparently she'd been there a long time, too long, and both Randall and Hatfield were getting impatient, so they sent Sarah up to talk to her. It was Sarah who found her body. Hatfield told me Adrienne had been edgy all evening and had even told him she wasn't sure she could go through with it. Are you sure he didn't offer her the pills and booze to make her comply, the way you offered her Valium? No, I'm not sure. I wasn't there earlier, but what does it matter? They're both dead. All I knew was that she had taken them.
What happened next?
I tried to calm Sarah down, but I couldn't. There was no way. She was in a hell of a state. In the end, Randall took her out to the car, and they drove off. I'm sure her carrying on must have sent him over the edge, and he killed her, but I can't prove it. I wish I could.
In all likelihood, Mia was right, Banks thought.
When they got to the shack off the country lane, Randall had had enough of Sarah's hysterics and threats of calling the police, so he let her out of the car. She ran off, he went after her. Then they argued some more, and he killed her. Annie had mentioned seeing evidence of his quick temper in her and Jerry's first interview with him.
Don't worry about that, Banks said. We'll make sure Randall pays for what he did. He's got more than the Medical Ethics Committee to deal with now.
Why didn't he try to help Adrian? He is a doctor after all. He did, Mia said, before I got there. He said he'd been up and checked, but he was positive she was dead, and there was nothing anyone could do about it.
So what was your role?
Clean her upper, basically. Someone had to take charge. They were all in shock. After Randall and Sarah had gone, I got Lawrence to sit down with a glass of whiskey and went up to the bathroom. Her breath seemed to catch in her throat. She put her hand to her chest.
All right, Banks said. Mia nodded. Take a few deep breaths. Can you go on, or do you want me to fetch the doctor?
Mia took some deep breaths, then nodded again. No, I'm okay. It was just so awful.
Can you tell us what you found in the bathroom?
Adrian was lying in a bath full of water. It was lukewarm by then. There was a bottle smashed on the floor and a smell of whiskey. God, I hate the smell of whiskey.
Banks remembered Keane and the Lefroy.
I can understand that, he said. It was clear even to me that Adrian was dead. Her skin was almost white. Her eyes were open. I took a shaving mirror from the washstand and held it to her lips. Nothing. There was a little trickle of vomit from the corner of her mouth down to her chest.
What did you do next?
I went back down to Lawrence and asked him what he wanted to do. He said we had to move her, get her out of his house. He seemed fairly calm about it, but I could tell there was going to be no arguing with him.
So you went along?
Mia nodded. I got a large bin bag from him and cleaned up the bathroom, all the glass, and washed off the whiskey. Then I drained the tub, and Lawrence helped me get Adrian out onto a plastic sheet. After that, I washed out the tub and picked up her clothes and stuff where she had left them on the chair. I dried her off as best I could. We dressed her downstairs. It wasn't easy, but she hadn't, her body wasn't stiff or anything, so we got it done. Put her clothes and her bracelet back on.
It was missing a charm, said Banks.
Oh, I didn't notice that. It must have come off when she took it off to get in the bath.
Go on.
I put all her other stuff in the bin bag, and the burners. It was a bit of a nasty night out, fog mostly, but it wasn't impossible. Lawrence said we should bury her somewhere, but I said we should just take her into the country and put her somewhere she'd be found before too long. That would be cruel to bury her and have no one know where she was or what had happened to her. He was worried there'd be evidence linking him to her death, but I persuaded him that the bath would have washed everything away, and it would look like a suicide anyway, which he said he thought it was, and in the end he agreed we'd leave her somewhere more open.
Banks nodded. It did look like a suicide, except we figured out pretty quickly that she didn't die in the car. No sign of the whiskey for a start, and of course we wondered how she had got there.
I admit we weren't exactly thinking too clearly. I just wanted her to be found. I knew you wouldn't just assume it was her car, that you'd check and find the owner. But I thought you might accept that she'd just taken an overdose and wandered into the wilderness to die.
People don't really do that in real life, Mia.
Maybe I've got too much imagination. Anyway, we were just driving around and I saw that car on Belderfell with the police aware sign. I'd seen them before and I knew it would be a few days before anyone got around to it. I'd like to say I was struck with the irony of it, but I wasn't. I wasn't in the mood for irony at all. We got her into the driver's seat of the car. We were both wearing gloves. Then we set off back.
What about Hadfield?
Mia rubbed her eyes. Lawrence was in a really bad state when it was done. I think it just hit him all at once, you know, how real it was. Before that, I think he'd been living off nervous energy. But when it was done and the body was gone, he started to get restless. He said he wanted to be sick, and we were near Tetchley Moor, so I pulled into the car park there and he got out. Then he said he needed some air to think things over, and he headed out onto the moor.
Were you worried that he might decide he needed to get rid of you?
Mia glanced sharply at Banks. No, never. We were accomplices by then in whatever we'd done. I couldn't incriminate him without incriminating myself. We'd agreed to hush everything up. I had the bin bag full of Adrian's stuff, her handbag, the burner phone, Hadfield's too, the towel we'd used to dry her off, the smashed whiskey bottle, everything that could be incriminating.
What did you do with it?
I took out the SIM cards so I could destroy them. Then I put a couple of heavy rocks in the bin bag and dumped it in that reservoir near Lawrence's house. Then I picked up the other burners over the next few days. I'd bought them all at once, you see, and I was paranoid that you might be able to trace them. I know I wasn't thinking clearly, but I went around to everyone and got them new ones from different shops, a place in Huddersfield, another in Bradford, and so on. Maybe I got too much imagination, but I've seen TV programs where the police work magic with mobile phones, so I wanted to leave no traces of the original batch.
What about Randall's and Sarah Chen's phones?
I assume Randall must have got rid of them himself. He may be a bastard, but he's not stupid. I didn't see or hear from either him or Sarah again after they left that night. Not until, you know.
We got as far as Argos, said Banks, so your imagination probably served you well. What happened to Hadfield?
I waited, and I thought I heard something, a cry or something from the moor. So I got out and went up after him. It was hard to see up there in the mist, and I was worried I'd trip over some roots and twist my ankle or something. But before I got far, I saw him, Lawrence. He was lying at the bottom of a gully about 20 feet down. It was a pretty clear view, and I had my phone light with me. I could tell right away that he was dead. His neck was at an odd angle. There was a lot of blood on the ground, and he wasn't moving. I called his name, but got no answer. I couldn't figure out a way to get down there.
You didn't think to call an ambulance?
That would have meant questions, just what we were trying to avoid. It was too late anyway.
What questions were you trying to avoid?
Remember, there was only you left now, you and Randall. I didn't know about Sarah, not then. How could I? I got no answer when I tried to call them to tell them to destroy their phones. I just assumed Randall did it anyway.
When did you find out about Sarah?
Not until the body was found, and it was in the papers.
Randall didn't tell you?
No. Why would he?
He didn't ask for your help?
Obviously not.
Weren't you worried about Sarah, though, before her body was found?
Maybe a bit, when I couldn't get through to her, but I assumed she'd just got rid of her burner phone, as I wanted. It made sense for us to keep apart for a while till things blew over.
Banks sighed. Oh, dear. You ought to know that things like that never blow over.
Well, what would you have done?
So you left Lawrence Hadfield for dead in the gully. Then what?
He was dead. Mia seemed to sulk for a moment. Then she said, I went back to his house to make sure everything was in order. Wiped any surfaces I thought I'd touched. Checked the bathroom again. Checked for anything of Adrian's that might still be there. Clothes in the wardrobe and so on. Found nothing, so I left. I just dumped the bin bag in the water and went home. I was bloody exhausted by then.
I'll bet you were.
And Adrian was sitting dead in the broken-down car. Lawrence Hadfield was lying at the bottom of the gully with a broken neck, and you'd no idea what happened to Randall and Sarah. That's right. I'm not proud of myself, but I didn't see what else I could have done at the time.
Banks shook his head slowly. There were dozens of things you could have done, Mia, should have done, and none of them were what you actually did.
What will happen to me? Will I go to jail? Honestly, I don't know. That depends on the Crown Prosecution Service. But I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't kill anyone. You have to believe me. Her voice took on a pleading tone. I know, said Banks, though he didn't. He didn't know whether Mia had sneaked up behind Lawrence Hatfield on Tetchley Moor and given him a little shove. He would like to think she hadn't done, but he realized that he might never know for certain. As things stood, both Lawrence Hatfield and Adrian Munro had died by misadventure, and only Sarah Chen had been murdered. Anyway, Mia said, turning her head to one side, I'm tired, and I could use that bedpan now. Banks would hardly have called the night out at the Queen's Arms a celebration, but it was a tradition to mark the successful conclusion of a case. The whole Eastvale crew was there, such as it was. Annie, Jerry, Winsome, a few of the uniforms, Jazz Singh, Stephen Novak, Vic Manson and several CSIs, along with Ken Blackstone, DC's Collier and Musgrave, and a few other members of his team. Despite the jokes and laughter, such occasions always held a residual sadness for Banks, who couldn't help but think of, in this case, Adrian Munro, Sarah Chen and Lawrence Hatfield. In a way, the events of that fateful Saturday had been like the perfect storm. Things didn't need to have happened that way, but they had. Penny for them? It was Annie, plonking a pint in front of him on the table and sitting down beside him. What? Oh, just the usual, you know. Annie nodded and clinked glasses. To the fallen. To the fallen. So apart from Randall, nobody killed anybody else. So it would appear. What about Mia Carney? Will she do time? I don't know, said Banks. She'll have to face some charges, but I've talked to Diane from the CPS, and they'll probably strike some sort of bargain after everything she's been through. She might avoid prison. I suppose they could charge her with interfering with a dead body, wasting police time, perverting the course of justice, tampering with evidence, maybe even pimping, and Lord knows what else, if they wanted to make an example of her. But what? Well, she might have suspected that Randall killed Sarah, but wasn't involved. She's not an accessory to murder, and she should have called an ambulance for Lawrence Hatfield. I know it sounds trite, but I think she's learned her lesson. Or a lesson. Ever the optimist. Banks laughed. It's not often I get called that. Don't fancy her, do you? Don't be daft. Methinks the man doth protest too much. I like her spirit, that's all. There's something refreshing about her. But I don't like what she does. Anyway, I think she's found someone else. The last time I went to visit her, I saw Layla heading in while I was on my way out. She was carrying a bunch of flowers. Lucky Mia, especially after the way she treated Layla. Still, it takes all sorts. Annie clinked glasses again. Spoken like a true wise man. You drunk already? Get in there. How's Ray? Haven't seen him for a while. Nothing wrong, is there? No, I just haven't seen him. Winsome wandered over and started talking to Annie. Banks drifted back to his thoughts. The conversations drowned out most of the music, but he could pick out the Maigret theme among the general hubbub. Cyril's little joke. Though not, apparently. It had disappointed him slightly to find out from one of the temporary barmaids that it was an internet radio channel and not handcrafted 60s playlists that Cyril broadcast in the pub. Even so, the music was as good, wherever it came from. One of the Leeds DCs knocked over a pint and everyone cheered, except Cyril. "Keep it down, lads, keep it down," he said, and most of those present took note. Annie turned back to Banks. "What do you think about Zelda's picture, then? Keen?" she asked. "It's him, without a doubt." "Yes, but what do we do about it?" "Haven't had time to think yet," said Banks. "Let's have lunch next week and talk about it." "Fine with me. The sooner we get the bastard, the better. By the way, have you heard from Zelda?" "Not since she sent the picture." "Maybe you should introduce her to Mia." "Now that would be an interesting conversation." "Or not." Annie went over to join one of the Leeds detectives she'd had her eye on for a while. Banks turned to Winsome. "Is it true?" he asked. "Is what true, Gov?" That you're going to have a baby.
Who told you that?
Banks put his finger to the side of his nose.
I'm a detective, you know.
Winsome laughed.
Between you and me,
yes. I'm so excited. But I don't want the whole station to know yet. It's early days.
My lips are sealed.
Congratulations. Banks raised his glass. Cheers. Winsome clinked with her diet tonic. I'll confess, I'm a bit scared too.
That's not unreasonable.
I was just thinking I'll be down another officer soon. There'll only be me. Annie and Jerry left, some homicide and major crimes unit. I'll be around for a while yet, Gov, don't you worry, and I'm sure HR will do something about finding a replacement for Doug. Banks got up and circulated among the crowd, offering congratulations here and there. At the bar, he bought another couple of pints and took one over to Annie, deep in conversation with her Leeds detective, then leaned back against the bar to survey the scene. They'd already scared off most of the locals and tourists, so they practically had the place to themselves. Cyril was used to it, so he wasn't going to complain unless someone broke another glass. Banks looked out of one of the clear panes in the window across from the bar. The Christmas lights twinkled outside in the market square, and there were a few people standing outside around the pubs and restaurants, enjoying the festive spirit despite the drizzle and the winter chill. He thought of Mia Carney and how foolish she had been. Had she really learned her lesson? Does anyone, ever? Wouldn't she be back at the same game again as soon as she recovered her health? He had to admit that he didn't know the answers, only that he didn't believe jail would do her a great deal of good. She had almost died after all, and Randall's assault had left her with permanent, if not fatal, cardiac damage, and he wished her good luck with Layla. Then he thought of Adrian Munro, whom he'd never known, who was so desperate for money to get through her studies and save the world from famine that she had prostituted herself. He assumed that he would never really know whether she had deliberately taken that overdose of mandrax or simply tried to sedate herself enough to be able to handle what lay ahead that night, and drastically miscalculated. It was easy to do, according to Dr. Glendenning, even if you knew something about drugs, which Adrian didn't. There were still so many unknowns in the case, and they were likely to remain unknown. The one certainty was that Sarah Chen had been murdered, and Anthony Randall was going down for it. The skin under Sarah's fingernails had nailed him, along with the minute traces of her blood the CSIs had found in his drains. Jean Pitney had just started singing Town Without Pity when Banks saw the door swing open. Zelda stood there for a moment, framed in the doorway, with a serious expression on her face, wearing her long winter coat and fur hat. She scanned the room, and when her eyes lit on Banks, she started walking towards him.